Okay. At this point, we do have quorum, 7 board members in the room, and I would like to. Has everybody had a chance to look at the agenda? If so, I would look for a motion to approve the agenda. Mrs. Beaupre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move the agenda, or the board accept the agenda as presented.
Thank you very much. Is there any additions or deletions? Hearing none, I'll call the question. I haven't seen it yet. No, we haven't seen it come through yet, but we can, how about if we do hands this time? Because and then we'll get, she can, that's carried, thank you. Next up is the minutes from the July 25th advisory board meeting. I'd look for a motion for Mr. Krennick.
Mayor, to accept the minutes from the July 25th meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any errors or omissions? If not, I would call the question. Oh, there it goes. And that is carried as well. Thank you. So next up on our agenda is our presentations. And first up is, we'll turn this over to Kathleen to start us off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, we have a busy day full of presentations today. Each presenter has 10 minutes for presentation and questions and answers. And so at the end of all of the presentations, you'll have time to deliberate on your recommendations for budget. So I've given you a piece of paper. You can keep your scratch notes on it if you want as you go along. And then at the end of the day, maybe it will be not quite as confusing or easier to track. So first up, we do have Jolene Kokendorfer here to present from the Beaver Lodge Hidden Potential Society.
Okay, so thank you very much.
One of those.
So I do have just a little one-page paper thing, if anybody would like to have it.
Okay, Melissa will come and hand it out for you.
Sure. There's a ton of them, but I thought just in case there's lots extra people.
So we'll just ask you to state your name and your organization.
Okay.
And where you're located in the region.
All right. So I am Jolene Kokendorfer. I am the secretary of the Beaver Lodge Hidden Potential Society. We have been serving adults with special needs since 2011 in the West County. Excuse me. Although our name is Beaver Lodge Hidden Potential Society, the clients that we serve are also county members, my daughter for one, and others probably as many county or more than actual Beaver Lodge residents. Thank you so much. Wanting to thank the county as a whole and the FCSS board as well for all of the years of support that we have had. The Beaver Lodge Hidden Potential Society has been a grateful beneficiary of grants for FCSS, this FCSS grant, as well as transportation and operations, and they've been very instrumental in helping us to carry out our mandate with our clients. So one of the things I thought today, this is the fourth, we've received this FCSS grant for 4 years. And so over that time, our program has developed. We started out requesting money for a cooking class that we were already running with volunteers. And we saw that a bit of funding to cover instructor wages would help us to make that program more sustainable. And it really, really did do that. The first couple of years, of course, being in the midst of COVID was a bit rocky with finding ways to use the money, but even still, as time passed, we developed a more sustainable program and then also expanded. And so the last time I was here a couple of years ago to talk about the funding, we had added a summer program to our activities. And that has been something that has worked very well, and we plan to continue that on into the future. Now, at this step, rather than viewing this as more of a one class kind of a funding, we're looking at it as a bit more of umbrella funding for many of the activities that we have our clients take part in. So cooking class for sure, that still carries on. We also have service projects that we do. The clients have taken up gardening in the hamlet of, is it a hamlet now? I think the hamlet of Hythe. And so they plant at the Hythe Community Center and at the homeless shelter that is there, and different places where they have been doing a real successful project. And if you ever have interest in checking out real life action pictures of our group and their activities, our Facebook page has all of that, the Beaver Lodge Hidden Potential Society on Facebook, and you can see the different planting, different projects that we have done. Another thing that is a real going concern in the world of projects for the Beaver Lodge Hidden Potential Society is what's called Cups of Cheer. And so that is where they put together mugs with goodies, teas, coffees, oatmeal, whatever, wrap them all up in Christmas decoration and pass them out. The food banks to the Pioneer Home in Hythe, Pearson Place in Hythe, Wembley, all over the place to give to the folks who are maybe shut-ins or needing a little extra boost at Christmas time. And that is very well received, and it's such a great project. The clients feel so enthusiastic about putting these cups together and the delivery of them and interacting with the folks who receive them. And so another example of something that we're sort of adding under the umbrella of life skills. When we started to really understand the FCSS funding model and the fact that it has a lot to do with social interaction, inclusion, connectivity with the community, building skills, yes, but also those interpersonal results, we could really see that pretty much everything we do falls into that category. Now, I think maybe I would be as happy as anything just to offer you the opportunity to ask questions.
Okay.
If
That sounds good. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes.
Mrs. Beaupre.
Thank you. Thank you, Jolene, for the presentation this morning. It's wonderful to hear all the good work that's happening.
Thank you.
Just a question, is there anything that's comparable that is in the east side of the county, do you know?
You know, not that we know of. We have requests commonly from families and folks outside of our community because there doesn't seem to be anything else like this.
Okay. So do you accommodate those individuals if the parents will bring them?
As much as possible, yeah, if they will come, for sure, yeah.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Is there any more questions for Mrs. Kokendover? No. Thanks again for your presentation, Jolene.
Okay.
I do know how much good work you guys do. I know a few young adults that are in your program, and you guys do a phenomenal job out there.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
So we will be deliberating later today, and somebody from our team will let you know.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you ladies from the Catholic Family Services? Yes. Are you anybody else joining you? No. Okay, awesome. Would you like to come? We're a little early, but better early than late.
For sure.
On a long day. And if we could just have you state your name and your organization's name, just for the record, that would be fabulous. And then we can start off into your presentation.
Yes, I'm Joanne Gitman.
And I'm Carla, the Executive Director.
And you're with Catholic Family Services?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Okay, just take it away anytime.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I am Joanne Gitman, the manager of the Catholic Family Services Liaison Program. I'd like to start by expressing gratitude and appreciation for the opportunity to apply for this FCS funding. It's not taken lightly or for granted within our organization. Catholic Family Services is a nonprofit, non-denominational, awesome agency that delivers 2 programs. We have our professional counseling program that offers sliding fee scale counseling to the community of Grand Prairie and surrounding area. We are proud and pleased to be able to offer very high quality professional counseling to those who may not otherwise have access to. The funding in which we apply for today will be applied to our Catholic Family Services Family Community Liaison Program. Our program is designed to enhance the social and emotional well-being of the youth and families in our community, both at school and in their lives outside of school. In order to achieve this, we support children, youth, parents, families, school staff, administrators, and community resources in which we refer to. Primarily, we are preventative in nature, focusing on increased well-being, building resiliency, helping with strategies and tools for management of difficult situations. However, we are also an integral part of facilitating crisis intervention strategies when the need arises. Last year, our 9 liaison workers provided over 5,800 city support sessions and over 2,600 county support sessions, equating to over 800 client contacts. Our experience is that when we foster family, school, community relationships, we create positive change. We do this through one-on-one support, friendship groups, classroom presentations, and referrals to appropriate community agencies. We apply for this funding in partnership with the Catholic School Division to continue the high level of essential service. The demand is high for support in our community. Therefore, we need to expand the program this year. We've added another full-time position to our team, making us a 10-person team. One of the unique benefits of our program is that because we have the counseling program, our liaisons can collaborate and work with our internal counselors to best support their students and families. The liaisons also have our counselors at their disposal for brainstorming and problem solving to best support the people of our community. This program is a tremendous source of support. Many families in our community would be unable to access support without the program being offered in a school setting. So, with the over 40 years of exceptional service delivered to the citizens of Grand Prairie and surrounding area, we ask for your continued support by granting us the requested funding. This would allow us to continue to deliver the excellence of this program. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Awesome, thank you. Mr. Marshall.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, just with regards to, like you give us some numbers, what you did last year. Have you seen an increase in that demand from the previous year? Do you have those, like what that increase was?
You know, we do have those, but not with us today. We can certainly get you that information. And you know what, there are increases for sure. I think, you know what, yeah, every year there's a little more. And just I think with the awareness of mental health and all of those things, that it continues to grow as far as the need.
Even after the presentation, if you get a chance, even if you can email them forward that information on, just so we can see what that growth in demand is, that would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowbray.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation this morning. So just back to a comment you made, you've hired an additional liaison counselor, is that right?
That is true.
And so that's one of the reasons for the additional request of $10,000 from the year before?
Yes.
Can you tell me what your student population increase has been?
Again, I think we're going to have to get that information and bring it to you. So sorry.
That's fine. No.
But yeah, I can certainly find that information out. We've added, the Catholic School Division added another school last year with Louis Riel being added to the division. And so therefore we've got a whole nother school and need for another liaison.
Yeah, I see your statistics under numbers of individuals served. I just wondered what they were in comparison to what they were the year before.
I will get Carla all over that for you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. If you could get those numbers to us even and send it to our team, like when you leave, that would be great, because then we still would have it lots of time to do our deliberation this afternoon.
Absolutely. So if for the student number, we would need that from the Catholic school.
Okay.
And I can reach out to them very easily, but is it the increase in numbers in their district that you're asking for?
No, they're looking for our county population.
Okay, okay.
If possible. And like you said, you had 2,600 interactions within our county.
Yeah.
So which schools are you classing as county schools?
We actually changed that up this year with the knowledge that our Sexsmith and Wembley Beaver Lodge kids are not county. Sexsmith is still?
Yeah.
Okay, you speak to it.
Yeah, we do see a lot of county from Beaver Lodge and Wembley. However, they're not in the county numbers included in the, would you like that number?
Well, I don't understand what you're saying. Like you're saying you're not including the Beaver Lodge school. Like, is this just high school or is this elementary school as well?
All the way from K to 12.
K to 12. So you're talking like the Sexsmith Catholic school as well as the Beaver Lodge Catholic school?
Right.
Yes.
And are those the only two that are included in your numbers, or is like JP2 and I don't know where is this Louis Riel one?
Okay, so we do have county kids in all of our schools.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't matter which school, we do have county kids that attend, like even St. Kateri in the city, right? We have
Okay.
county kids that attend that. So we were informed this year that the Beaver Lodge town, those kids could not be considered county unless they lived in the county.
That's
If they're
absolutely.
in the town of Beaver Lodge, they're not included.
Okay, that's
Okay,
great.
so we are just kind of in the middle of separating all of that and getting that all in order so that we are actually just tallying the county children.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, Mrs. Beaupre.
Thank you, Ms. Madam Chair. I was just, thanks for the clarification. I think most of the, and probably all of the Catholic school provide service to a county student. The student population would be mixed between county and public, I would believe. So
yeah, that's a true story.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else you would like to add?
I don't think so. Carla will be all over getting you those numbers.
That would be great. Yeah, and we will be deliberating at the end of the day. So somebody from our staff will let you know.
Okay, I just need the email to send that information to.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, and have a great day.
You too.
And thanks for presenting. And doesn't look like our next ones are here yet. Oh, maybe they're coming in the door. Perfect timing. You ladies are up next.
I mean, we planned that.
And when you're ready, if you just have a seat at the presentation table there, and we'll just.
It's just for me.
And
Here, this one?
no, right there, the ones with the red lights on. Those mean that you're live mics.
Perfect, thank you.
So if you could, when you're ready, just state your name and your organization, just so that it's on the record for anybody listening in, because we are live streamed, and you will have 10 minutes for your presentation and questions. And if you would like, you can just grab a chair and pull it over if you'd like to.
I'm a different program.
Oh, different program.
Same
Okay.
agency, different program.
Okay.
Different application.
Okay, fair enough.
We're here for 2 presentations.
Yes. So maybe make sure that you say which presentation you are going with first, and then we can.
All right, I think we're sorted now.
Okay.
So I'm Brandy, Executive Director from Grand Prairie Family Education Society. And this is Tanis Jones, our team lead. And we are here currently to discuss our ask for support with our home visitation program and parent ed caregiver supports. So these two programs you guys have supported for the last multiple years, and we thank you for that. I want to start by saying two things. One thing, we are really happy to be able to say that we had an increase in funding for these programs from the government. So as part of our family resource networks across the province, we are the hub and we have several spokes. Two of those spokes is parent ed and home visitation, which you guys are aware of. And after quite a bit of advocacy from some of the rural communities, the government did step in and provide small pockets. In our network area, we decided to collectively, we agreed to put that towards supporting rural families. And so that has happened since the last time we were here. And unfortunately, we're still here to ask for support. So I want to say that in both those cases, that additional funding provided probably about 2.5 days of support for rural communities. I do want to specify that rural is not just county. Like our network area is very large, so it wasn't tons of extra, but we were happy it was extra. And it went well, which is great. And unfortunately, there is quite a bit of demand, and I will let Tanis speak more to that because it is her programs. But I did want to just start off by saying that we recognize that we did get more funding and we're still asking council for support. So thank you and sorry that we're here. But I'll let Tanis explain a little bit more about the programs and why we're still asking for some support.
Okay.
All right, so as Brandy shared, we did hear from, or the Children's Services, who is our primary funder, did hear from some very vocal communities in our network area. And so we were really quite impressed that they did provide some extra funding. So what we did is, of course, the funding from Children's Services goes April till March, whereas we understand that the funding from county is January to December. So we were granted that extra money in April of 2022. Mm-hmm. And it took us until July to be able to have somebody hired for that position. So what we also did is with the money that was kind of in the bank from April till July, we increased the time that was allotted for that person. So we actually were able to provide that person with an extra 1.5 days to do the work that in the rural communities that they were slated to do. So that was really helpful, and people showed up to programming, which was really great. And actually, probably the best uptake in any of the programs that we're offering is in the west area of our network area, which is West County, basically. So I thought I'd give you a little bit of an update, since we asked for funding last time. So what's been going on as far as home visitation and parent education caregiver support. So our home visitation has stayed pretty consistent. We've averaged about 9 families consistently every year that we support throughout the county, and this year being no different. Parent education, however, has drastically increased since we were able to dedicate that staff member. Prior to July of 2022, we had 2 county families accessing programs. Of course, we didn't also offer very many programs at that time. Between July and December of 2022, that increased to 25 families. And so far, our numbers from January to the end of September, we've had 29 families accessing parent education programs and parent-child programs. And some of those families are going from town to town or community to community, taking multiple programs. So those 29 is only that we've just counted them once, right? We haven't counted every time they come.
Yeah.
We experienced, actually, which was very interesting too, we experienced way higher uptake on programming in the county versus in the city of Grand Prairie. We canceled so many programs in the city because nobody showed up. Yet in the county, we had people coming. And we attributed that partly to the fact that Grand Prairie has multiple programs and people can go and take programs in different places. Whereas in the more rural communities, there's not as much available, so they show up. When we show up, they show up.
I also want to add two things. There has been less uptake in programs since COVID. I don't want to talk about COVID. We don't want to bring that up, but it's been a slow go for people to show up and participate. And the other thing is, I just want to highlight, when we got the extra dollars for rural, we decided to put that towards a specific staff member. And so that person could actually be present, because we have several facilitators. That doesn't mean it's always going to be the person facilitating all the time. But she was the connection point. And I think that that was a big success in developing relationships in some of the rural communities. They knew who she was. She was the constant connector, I would say, to organize programs, to partner with organizations in the county. So I think that that was really helpful to have that familiar
She's
person.
made some very, very strong connections with places like South Peace Rural Community Learning, with the FCSSs in all the communities, with libraries, with community halls. So she has a really good base of contacts. Now, one of the challenges that goes along with that is that she's part-time and all her contact people are either part-time or volunteers. So we learned that it takes a lot longer to do that piece of the job than we really anticipated, I guess, because, you know, she may call somebody on Tuesday, but they don't work till Friday, and then they got to contact their volunteer who opens the community hall or whatever. So it takes quite a bit of time to do that coordinating, but she has been very successful in it. But we kind of tracked time, and we found that, you know, out of the 2.5 days that she's allotted for work, it's about a day a week on average that takes to do all that networking and coordinating and such. We also realized that the funding is the travel costs is what's really taking a lot of the budget. And she's been going out, we've been making a definite conscious effort to go out to places like La Glace, to Byzance, and to Elmworth. She had a really nice program out in their library out there this summer. And to hit those communities too, because, you know, we think, oh, people don't like coming into Grand Prairie, but, you know, sometimes they don't like going to Beaver Lodge either, you know. So we've been really, really proud of the work that she's done in connecting with those really small communities as well. But again, it costs in travel to get her all over to those places. And we have shared these concerns. I want to make sure that to reassure you guys that we do consistently report back to Children's Services about these challenges. To date, we have been told that there is not going to be any extra funding, but we're still working on it. We advocate every time we connect with them, every time we provide reporting, that type of thing, that it's a struggle. So as far as the proposal that we put in place, you know, for our home visitation program, we do use the county travel dollars for their programming as well. You know, we have considered, you know, if we don't have this funding, what will we do? And part of what we would do with home visitation is, like we did during the pandemic, we wouldn't offer as many in-person visits. We would do some phone visits, and we would do some Zoom visits for the people who have, you know, internet that's reliable and stuff, which is, you know, we can do it. It's just we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that.
No, fair enough.
And then regarding parent education and parent-child programming. We would continue to provide the programs too, but they would be far less. And we would probably have to stick to more of the bigger communities like Beaver Lodge, Sexsmith, those kind of communities, and hope that the people from the
Claremont,
county
yeah.
and stuff do come in to those.
So how many of your
areas.
programs were done in our hamlets?
How many programs? There's two kind of programs. There's some one-time drop-in programs, and then there are like 4 to 6 week programs. I'm guessing here because I did not bring those numbers. I'm just trying to remember. You know, over the summer, she was in those programs for some drop-in stuff. Twice Bezanson, twice La Glace, once in Elmworth, and did I say Bezanson? I did say that. So that's where she was this summer.
Okay.
Doing those. She provided a program, a 5-week program in Hythe just recently, one in Elmworth this spring.
Didn't we go to the school too?
We went, yeah, we did go to Whispering Ridge School and provided a program. Actually, there were 65 students for that program that we did as well, called the Empathy Project. Yeah, that's off the top of my head.
Okay, no, that's great. Yeah, no, and I don't mean to be rude, but we only have a certain amount of
That's
time.
okay.
So
I'm done.
you're done? Okay. Sorry, I'd like to say, it's just that we've got a busy day here, and is there any questions for these ladies? Any questions? No? Then do you want to swap seats?
We sure
I'm
will.
sorry, like I say, I don't mean
That's okay.
to.
Thank you for your time. I was done.
Okay, awesome. That was good timing then. Yeah, because we're very.
You have to talk fast.
Okay, I'll talk super fast.
Okay.
No, I'm Amy Easterbrook. I'm the Family Resiliency Team Lead with Grand Prairie Family Education Society. This continues to be Brandy. She continues to be the Executive Director. So I'm here to speak about the Reforming the Family Justice Initiative. And I anticipate potentially that you'll have more questions because this is a new initiative and it's the first time I'm sitting in front of you with this topic at hand. So I'll give you just a brief, I'm assuming you've gotten to read all of the pieces and parts of our application.
Absolutely.
So I would anticipate that maybe if you have more questions for me, you can start with that, but I'll happily dive in if you'd like.
Just dive in for a minute,
Sure.
and we'll just, if it's okay, we'll just interrupt if we have a question.
100%.
Absolutely.
100%. So what we are coming to you for specifically with the Reforming the Family Justice has to do with building community capacity because the justice system initiative that we are undertaking is to actually change the way the family court system operates, which none of us actually have the ability to change. That's up to them. Our job is to build capacity within the community systems and structures so families actually have a place to go instead of court. And so the court pilot that's going to be launching is essentially going to say, no, you can't come here yet. You have to go access your community supports first. And so what we don't want is for families then who are in this sense of restructuring whatever it is that they're going through, where they can't make decisions together for whatever reason, safety being one of those decisions or one of those factors, that we have actually places in our communities for families to go when they're saying, no, you can't come here yet. You're not ready to come here. We don't want to make decisions about your social situations, your education situations, your parenting situations. We'll help you with the legal stuff, but that's it. But our court system has decided over the course of time that they'll make decisions on all those things for which families are actually the experts. Court judges are not experts on families. They're experts on the law. So we want to keep them in that spot and instead allow our social serving agencies, our family serving agencies to support families to make their own decisions well. And so community capacity is where we're at in this stage of the initiative. So where in our communities, in our outlying areas, in the smaller communities around, where are there places ready to receive families who are struggling with conflict, who are struggling with communication, who have to make parenting decisions and don't know how to do that? Not the finances, so to speak, but that would come into play as well. So all of those domains we need to build into our communities, which is what we're asking for funding for. essentially the things that we're talking about are the co-parenter app, the New Ways for Families training on 3 different levels, the divorce magazine, the Insight Vision platform that we're using to continue to build the strategic change that we need to be able to make. And all of that has to do with accessibility, which is why coming to the county is a great ask, because you don't need to be living in the city, and certainly anyone with access to the courthouse in Grand Prairie needs to be able to access all of these services, and so that's everybody. So that's my little elevator, did we make it to the top floor and down speech.
And understanding that this is like a lofty goal and it's complex, and people probably have lots of questions around, you know, system change in general.
Mrs. Beaupre.
Thank you. You've kind of piqued my interest on this for sure. I mean, I think that there definitely is a need within the community. Just wondering how supportive the city of Grand Prairie has been with your initiative. And then I have a second question to ask after that.
Sure, significantly supportive. We, again, loftily applied for a grant last year, and they did give us a 4-year grant. 80, I have the numbers if you're interested.
It's probably somewhere in here.
No problem. It's so this year, coming to the end of this year, we had 80,000. Next year will be 81.5. The year after is 83 and change, and the year after that is just about $85,000 for the year.
Okay. And secondly, I was wondering if you could tell me if there was any overlap between that and the John Howard Society. I know that they do, you know, do some family programming as well. Mm-hmm. And so I was just wondering if there was any coordination between projects.
I'm trying to let Amy talk.
Looked like
absolutely no overlap, and this is a collaborative process, so many organizations are involved. This is really about, and this is where I don't want to lose you guys, but ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, I'm sure you guys are aware of. This is like taking divorce and separation off that list. And so this is a systems change thing. It's not just about service delivery. So John Howard, any other community agency would be taken into this initiative as supports, right? Because we want to build capacity in the community, and that involves everybody. So it's just a partner, but not duplication.
Okay, I know, like I've been here a lot of years, and I know when we have heard from applicants for their grant program, everybody seems to do a little bit of everything the same. And so one of the things that we've asked administration to look at was, you know, really talking to our grant or the organizations that are applying for grants and saying, you know, we're looking for things that are specifically different, that we're not funding twice, or there's an agency that maybe could coordinate all of those other and bring them under one agency or one collaborative group. So it sounds like this might be that part of that as well.
And we agree 100% on that.
Part of the New Ways for Families funding that we're looking at is that we would bring in other agencies who are interested in participating collaboratively and do the same training, so that it's not just family ed providing a service. It's, you know, this school system, you know, in their school, they're doing that there, and over here at John Howard, they're doing it, so that people can access this service, not just one time, you know, in a serving cycle. So
thank you.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation. So just between the two presentations, it sounds like some similarity, some crossover within that, because it's around conflict and managing home, giving parents and families that home structure better capacity to deal with stressful situations, which can lead to a lot of the issues that end up with court, whether the children are not being taken care of, or violence, or whatever else happens, where teachers will identify children at risk even within the school, correct? So, like I said, it sounds like it's, I'm not going to say somewhat the same, it's a collaborative
I hear
approach.
what you're saying, because again, RFJS isn't just about service delivery, and I think that's where it gets a little bit hard to understand the system change piece of it. So the home visitation and parent ed, absolutely, I could see where you're coming from, but that would be like a resource That would be like we could reach out to maybe a family could access home visitation or a parent ed course. And even in parent ed, we have some programs that could directly support families who may be involved in the RFJS. But we need to have those separate programs within our organization, within other organizations for the RFJS to work. So the Reforming Family Justice System isn't just about those specific service deliveries that you're referring to. It gets a little complex because it's system change.
Yeah. Yes.
So so with what you're saying, if I understand this correctly, your organization, your part of it would be kind of to coordinate all the other pieces to help with that.
Yes.
You're the center point for all the other ones. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It sounds like a really good program. Do you facilitate family visits too? Like when you've got separations and where there's maybe some danger involved?
There is a significant need for that, and it's not something outside the realm of possibility. And currently in some of our programming, we are supporting visits such as that, but totally like on the down low, not actually as a program.
Okay.
We'd love to be able to provide safe access. I'm not saying that we will. I'm just saying it's not outside the realm of possibility in the coming years.
Okay.
RFJS is very new as well, so things are forming, and so it needs to be evolved from community. So those things will eventually come to, hopefully, when the community says, this is what we need, this is what we need, and then those things will come up.
Okay. And you were talking about, you did get a raise, like I realize it's for the other program, but for the.
Okay, I can speak to them all.
Okay, but for advocacy, if you could send like a Cole's notes type, what your programs are, because in our as counselors, not advisory board members, we do have the opportunity to talk to the ministers once in a while. So if you can send just like a Cole's notes to Melissa, you have her email from this program here. That would be good, because then when we are with the ministers, we can say, by the way, that we could help with some of that advocacy for more funding for children's services.
Perfect, thanks. That would be great, because we are at the end of our grant term, so who knows what's happening April 1st? Nobody
Exactly.
knows, apparently.
And I might know a couple people in that minister's office. So,
Nice, thank you.
Ms. Spokary.
Thank you. You mentioned RJS, or Restorative Justice
Family.
Reforming Family Justice System.
Or FJ, or, okay, I thought you said restorative justice. I was thinking, okay, I know that there's a restorative justice when there's fines and there's money that's collected
Yes.
on behalf of a fine process.
Yep.
And then allocated to different things. And I'm thinking, why couldn't they do that to?
That is on
And they
the list.
are part of our collaborative
Yeah.
approach. So they're at the table.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. Is there anything else you want to add? But I definitely encourage you to send us some information about your advocacy efforts, because we can potentially, can't say we
Absolutely.
can, but we can potentially help.
We'll take the voice.
Yeah,
Just thank you guys, because we do recognize we're here every couple of years asking
okay.
for support, and so thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much for your for being here. And now we're 5 minutes early.
I mean, you can have 5 more minutes.
Well, if you have something else to add.
No, okay.
Thank you so much for your
Yes, and thank you for. I didn't mean to rush them, but. So if anybody needs a quick break, this would be the time to take it. I will take So if you ladies could introduce yourself and your organization, and I just want to remind you we only have about 10 minutes for that and questions. So
I thank you very much.
Yours.
I'm sorry, I'm getting over a bit of so I'm hoping I'm not going to have a coughing fit here.
Okay.
My name is Sherry Dennis, and I'm with the Seniors Outreach Program. And what do we call her? Anne. She's an outreach worker, and you just introduce yourself if you like.
Hi, I'm Anne Ripatowski, and I've been an outreach worker with Seniors Outreach for just over 24 years. So I have a bit of knowledge, federally, provincially, municipality, and for everything that we do.
So first off, I would like to thank you for having us. It's always our pleasure to work with you and the seniors of this area. We have been helping seniors in the North Region since 1982. Seniors Outreach is a one-stop shop for seniors in Grand Prairie and the North Region. We are here to help with any need a senior may have to keep them independent, informed, safe, with good mental health, and prevent social isolation. Keeping seniors informed and receiving all the benefits available to them. This includes finances, applying for pensions and grants, elder abuse prevention strategies. Reminder, we're not a crisis center, but we do provide support and information. We help with keeping the needs of seniors our priority and adjusting to the needs of seniors in this area. Services will be provided in our Grand Prairie office as well as out in the community and the county as needed. We will go to clients' homes if needed, if they are homebound. We attend most of the Seniors Week events that were held in the county. We attended most of the seniors events that were held in the county last year. They had great turnouts, and it was great seeing our clients out in the community again enjoying events. Our seniors kickoff had an attendance of over 400 seniors this year. It was a great event. Thank you to those of you that attended. We also went to Claremont to the Seniors Lodge many times, including going there to do taxes for the residents. Excuse me. The seniors speak to our outreach specialists to get help and information in a safe, confidential, informed manner. Seniors don't want to go to many different places to have their needs met. They want to go to one place where they are comfortable and safe. Seniors come to the outreach office with concerns and leave with relief and information. Our Seniors Outreach Program helps seniors 60 plus. Our program has proven over the last 30 plus years to have positive impacts in the lives of seniors who are struggling financially with getting help with special needs assistance or the guaranteed income supplement, etc. We are big believers in the future of social prescribing. Without our services and outreach specialists, many seniors in the area would have no support and would continue to struggle in silence. We are an important resource for professionals in the area also that are working with seniors. We are getting new clients every day. In March, we had 80 new clients. That is our busy time, but that was a lot of clients for our office. We have had 34 new clients from the County of Grand Prairie this year so far. Those are new ones that haven't seen us before. Not only are the numbers of seniors increasing quickly and drastically, the needs and wants of seniors are changing. Seniors really want to be supported to stay in their own homes, to be independent and safe and able to live the life that they choose. Social prescribing is something that's mentioned often. This is where Alberta healthcare, government professionals like doctors, etc., refer to the community rather than to have their needs of seniors met, to free up some of their time so that they're able to handle the increase in seniors that they're seeing. They're looking for agencies to build relationship and help seniors navigate a way for seniors to get all services available. We are proud to say that this is not new to us. We've been doing it this way for years. We believe in working with seniors and helping them with their questions and needs. We offer, as many of you know, we offer a volunteer income tax program. This is a program that helps seniors in the community. It is mandatory that seniors do their taxes to continue to receive benefits. In the county this year, we did 240 tax returns. Because of that, I have my picture. You guys know the routine. Then I am. Because of that, $2,375,000. Okay, $2,375,570.53 was received by the seniors, and in turn, those dollars will be spent back into the community. I would say that by supporting our program is getting more bang for your buck. So the breakdown of this is the climate action that they got back, the guaranteed income supplement, the GST, the AISH, the Alberta Seniors Benefit, and then tax refunds. So that's a great number. I'm so proud of that. In total, it was a difference of 11 million in all of the taxes that we did. Also, I wanted to share with you a little bit about the populations. So right now, the population of the county, I think this is taken from 2022, is 25,928. Right now, in 2022, when they did it, there's 300, no, sorry. It's fun to talk with a foggy head. 3,421 of those people are seniors already. They're 65 plus. The people that are 60 to 64, there's 1,855. That's people that will be turning 65 in the next 4 years. The people that are 55 to 59, there's 1,788. So in the next 10 years, the senior population is going to more than double, 3,643. I can't stress enough, we need to be prepared to have our program in place to handle the increase. So right now, like I said, there's 3,421 seniors. In the next 10 years, there'll be an increase of 3,643, more than double. So far, our numbers from Anne alone in her office, I'll let you read it. You've got a better voice than me right now.
So to date, to Friday, well, actually Thursday, because I wasn't in the office on Friday, I was out doing a presentation. I have seen in person from the county, so Bezanson, Claremont, Good Fair, Hythe, Glass, Valhalla, TB Creek, or the county itself, for their addresses, for their mailing addresses, 142 people so far this year, and I've had 157 phone calls. And that doesn't include Beaver Lodge, Sexsmith, or Wembley, because we recognize that you don't count them as part of the county. That is for my portion. And I do have to put a little note on there that since June, I haven't been working full-time hours. I've probably only been working 2 or 3 weeks a month. So the numbers for the summertime, which are usually bigger in July and August, because I wasn't there, are low. But that's for myself. And then we have another outreach worker, and we have our receptionist who does a lot of the special needs, sending off stuff to, so when I say stuff, it's like proof of birth, change of address, change of direct deposit to Alberta Seniors Benefit, because all of that has to be sent in. So they have to send it in, not just phone it in. And so we see quite a variety of people. I have one good story to share with you from the beginning of the year. So we have one of your residents from Claremont who sadly lost their spouse in January. And the daughter and she came in because they often come in, they're referred by the funeral homes to see us to review to make sure they're on everything they should be on. And when I reviewed the income, because that's one of the things I always ask to do to make sure they're on everything they should be on, sadly, they weren't on their provincial or federal supplements, and they should have been. They should have been for a good number of years. We can only go 11 months back. But we did the paperwork at the end of January, and luckily by March 16th, she phoned me to say, is this right? Do I keep it? The client herself was getting a retro pay of $3,125. The estate was a retro amount of $4,784. And her current monthly income was going to increase by $903, which meant she could stay in her own home. Because that was her first concern, is could she stay in her own home? Because she didn't have enough income. So that's the type of thing that we do quite a bit in our office, is we review income and we make sure they're getting everything they should. And because I work provincially and federally for forms, I can make sure we get everything that they can possibly be eligible for. So that's what I do.
Awesome. We do have a question here for you.
Yes.
For sure. Thank you, ladies, for coming in. Thanks for the good work you do in the community. And like I said, unfortunately, I'm getting closer to that statistic in the doubling of numbers. But When you talked about the catchment area where you served and how you could actually count the individuals, like from Good Fare and things like that. The area that I represent has postal codes that show up like the city of Grand Prairie. How do you quantify those numbers?
Unfortunately, how we count our numbers is by their mailing address, and that's always been a dilemma with all of the projects that we go with.
Yeah.
Because we have people that have their mailing address Sexsmith, but they're out 10 miles, right?
That's
or
right.
whatever. And it's really hard to be able to get accurate numbers. We also deal a lot with caregivers who are doing the paperwork and such for their parent who now has moved into designated supportive living. So the son or daughter, niece or nephew is living in the county, but the client is actually in Grand Prairie. So we've decided to go with the mailing addresses, which isn't always great because Edmonton and Calgary and into BC are not wonderful, but that's where their care people are. So sometimes we have to do that.
Okay. Yeah,
So
no,
we try and do it as close as we can, but it's really difficult.
Absolutely, and that's, I guess, was going to be my comment. I'm sure it's hard to have a fairly specific number because of the addresses and the way that
And to be honest, with phone calls, I could be off because, and this is just sad, but it's what I do. I get a phone call, I answer all the questions, I try and figure out who the person is and where they're at, if they're willing to share. And sometimes I don't know, so they go on city. So city gets more numbers.
Or just the general number.
Or just under unknown. And so I have a whole file of unknown that I don't
Right,
check.
and a lot of times people, if you ask them where they're from, they'll say Beaver Lodge, regardless of whether they're
Yes.
in the urban area or the rural
Yeah,
area, right? They
absolutely.
identify with
Because
that
you
community.
identify with that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Perfect, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, just got one more question here, Mr. Zimmerman.
So now I'm just thinking of Mr. Krennic here.
The jab start.
What age would you start looking at all these extra incomes as you're talking about 65 plus?
Yes, the majority of the programs that we do, and that's how we base what our clientele is, you're not eligible till you're 65. There are a few programs that are 60 to 64, and so we will look at that range, but we really try not to do anyone younger unless they're married or common law partnership with a spouse who's already a senior, because then, of course, you do them as a couple.
Right.
Right? But we don't, that's why we have $8 in our total when we're doing income tax refunds, because those are people under 65 and they're with a partner who's over 65. So it's to help that household, basically.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we do have to keep moving along here. So, but thank you very much for your presentation. You, Anna, and again, thank you for all that you guys do in our community. You guys do a phenomenal job. We will be deliberating later today and we will let you know.
Thank you very
so much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
So next up will be Circle of Life Children's Program.
And Carla was the director of seniors outreach. How many years? I've been there 31 years.
5, Sherry.
And she was before that. So if you have any more questions about seniors outreach, just ask her.
So if we don't have enough for her, we can ask those ones.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so if we could have you just state your name, your organization, and we do remind you we just have about 10 minutes.
Absolutely.
For presentation and questions. So thank you much. Go ahead.
My name is Carla Ekstrom. I'm the chairperson of the Grand Prairie District Grief Supportive Association.
My name's Kimberly Lindsay.
Okay, you might just need to pull the mic a little closer to you.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Kimberly Lindsay, and I also work at the Grand Prairie Grief District Support Association.
So thank you, first of all, for the ongoing support that you have given us over the years. I was just looking, we're going into our 25th year. We've certainly had some struggles and challenges, but we've never lost sight of the focus that children are our priority. We run Camp Heal a Heart as well as our programs up there. And Camp Heal a Heart is a unique program in the fact that we're therapeutic as well as recreational, not only across this region, but across the province and up until a while ago across Canada. We work specifically with children who've had a loss, death, divorce, separation, whatever that looks like. And we've known for a number of years the importance of resiliency with children. We do the ACE study, and they've found that if children have 4 more factors in the ACE, they are 300% higher chance of lung disease, 420% depression, and 122,000% more of dying by suicide. Can we stop all of those problems? No, but we certainly can and have worked really closely working with children. You'll see up here on one of our slides, we have 2 young men. One came from Winnipeg, one came from Lethbridge, because they have been volunteering for 15 years, and they both said if they had not come to camp, they would not be here. They know that. So we do run programs. Since COVID, we have not gotten back to overnight camps. We would like to start those as well. Last year, in 2022, we saw 71 children. 47% of those were from the county. This year, that's just us. This year, we only did 5 days, and we saw 40 children again. 43% of those were from the county. Kim, at this point, is those are the 2. Cole came from Winnipeg on his holidays, and Phoenix came from Lethbridge on his holidays because camp has impacted them so much. Kim right now is in the school. She's in Whispering Ridge. We were in Harry Belfour last year. We're in Harry Belfour. We're going to be in Claremont, Beaver Lodge. So we really try to expand, because not every child can come to camp, but we will try to hit children in the school as well. If you just go up, you'll see we do a lot of the other way. You don't need to see me. Here's just a couple of our volunteers. This is Heather's 3rd year volunteering, so it impacts people. We do a lot of ritualistic work at camp, and we'll keep going. This is our focus. Identify feelings. If they can walk away knowing it wasn't their fault, we believe we certainly have done our job. We also do monthly follow-ups, which really connects the children, and that was a big one that the guardians, social workers, parents said we need that connection. So we do monthly follow-ups, and one of the camp he is something really special to me. It was my getaway, my second chance, like a friend that wouldn't let you down. Camp saved my life. So those are just some of the things that we know the difference that camp makes.
And we also get testimonials from the parents or caregivers that they have seen a dramatic change with the children that have attended. So I think that speaks for volumes for itself. So
would you be willing to take questions in the middle here?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mr. Marshall.
No, I was good till the end, but
okay.
Just with regards to this, thanks for the presentation so far. So it looks like an excellent program. Just wondering how kids are referred to the program.
We get a lot through Children's Services, word of mouth, parents, guardians. Anytime if someone's had a loss, they'll Google us and it comes out. So we get previous campers as well. We get a lot of re-referrals. So we're open to anybody that needs to come. 80% of the children coming to our camp live on or below poverty level, and we've never once turned away a child due to lack of funds. And as I said, I mean, the county's been on board since day one, and we would not be here without you, so we do appreciate that.
Also, with our Circle of Life program, we ask the parents that the children who have attended our program in school, if they would like to join the camp. So.
Okay.
And we do pre and post tests to ensure that there's some kind of statistical movement.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, Oh, Mr. Zimmerman.
Where is the camp?
The last 3 years, we've been out at Dimsdale Hall. Prior to that, we were down at Camp
The
Wapiti.
Nordics, down by the Nordic Ski Center.
Yes, across, my mind's gone blank, but yeah, but down there. So we were in the county.
No,
No,
it was across the road from there. Yep.
it's ran by the church on Resources Road. My mind's totally gone blank. We haven't had an opportunity just with COVID, and then they were pretty leery about letting us come back in at this point. But we never missed a beat. We still hit all the highlights. It's just not, the
Overnight.
campfires and things that overnight brings.
And every one of our follow-up groups, we try to do a therapeutic activity for the kids. As you can see, there's masks from camp, and then if you scroll down one slide, they got to do memory rocks. So some of the kids chose to make a memory with their loved one, and then to the right, there's the coping strategy wheels, and they just got to do a fun leaf print with the clay. So they get to take those things home with them after.
And each year we have a theme. This year was Mario, and then we work on strength. So the children we divide them into groups, and these were just some of their flags. And then we display those.
Any more questions for the ladies? If not, thank you very much for the presentation. I know I was down there pre-COVID. I was down there for a couple of your events there, and I do see the value that if you guys do. So thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing us to
we will
come
be
here.
deliberating later today, so we will let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up will be Grand Prairie Youth Emergency Shelter. And if you could just as well state your name and the organization just for the record.
Yes, of course. My name is Lee Brockelbank. I'm the Director of Programs for the Grand Prairie Youth Emergency Shelter, which operates as Sunrise House. I'm here on behalf of Tanya as well today. She's enjoying much fairer weather today down south. So on behalf of Tanya and the board, we would like to thank you for the support during our capital campaign and our continued operations of Sunrise House. As we approach the move into the new facility, we're reminded of the incredible support of the community, including the county. The number of lives we've impacted up to this point and the opportunities to come are because of you and your belief in our work. The Grand Prairie Youth Emergency Shelter provides temporary emergency shelter to youth ages 12 to 17. Youth access our shelter 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, who for various reasons are finding themselves without a safe place to turn. In 2022, Sunrise House completed 139 intakes and supported over 175 drop-ins. We continue to be the only youth emergency shelter in the Northwest and serve youth from throughout the region, including the South. In 2022, we also saw about a 10% increase in the number of county youth accessing shelter, and we are seeing a similar increase in 2023. We are requesting funding for our Sunrise House Shelter program in the amount of $30,000. As the needs of our youth become more complex, it's critical that we have frontline staff who are well educated and trained in working with homeless and youth at risk. Your support ensures we can have the greatest impact on individuals and families we are working with. Many of the families we're working with are in a cycle of homelessness and poverty, which impacts the youth, and we see that statistic carry forward into adulthood. We're currently working with youth shelters across the province to develop improved best practices, ensuring we are ahead of trends and offering the right supports at the right time. We are requesting an increase in funding this year as we will be increasing our number of youth support workers to ensure there are always a minimum of 2 or 3 on shift as we increase our numbers with our new facility. Our youth support workers are at the core of our work. Shifts are completely unpredictable and they literally show up for every shift ready for anything. During intake, our youth support workers gather as much information as they can that will help them assess for the youth's safety, who their supports are, if their concerns are for suicide or self-harm, if we require the support of Children's Services or RCMP. They're well-trained individuals who take on stories and crises while making the youth feel heard, safe, and understood. They are listening for unspoken information. And that may mean they're being exploited because the youth are often, there's things they're not saying that may mean they're being exploited in some way or may have family that puts them in immediate harm. Our youth support workers are part of our case management team, which ensures each youth has their own individualized support plan with the goal of moving them through the shelter as quickly as possible. Action plans are created that allow us and the youth to create goals they would like to accomplish. These can vary from attending school, looking for employment, working on relationship with family, sobriety, or learning how to cook something new. Family and natural supports continues to be our priority with all youth we are working with, particularly with youth accessing from rural areas. Our goal is always to get youth back to their home community connected to safe supports. We are also now working under the new provincial youth shelter framework, which has changed some of our training requirements. We're currently working to make these new training courses accessible for all of our staff. As this framework continues to evolve, we, along with the other Alberta youth shelters, are advocating for increased funding from the province to ensure ongoing sustainability while providing the highest level of care. In 2024, we will be officially operating our new facility where we anticipate increased numbers of youth as we will be able to offer an even higher level of support to them. Both those youth accessing shelter and youth who might be accessing programming and hopefully not needing to access shelter as a result of that programming. These additional services will be especially important for county and rural youth in keeping them connected to their schools and giving families more opportunities to connect in meaningful ways. As it stands now, about 40% of the youth currently in shelter or that have come through in recent months either have in the past or currently are coming from county. So between moves they've had in recent years or where they're coming from currently, it has been county. Our shelter program continues to focus on preventing youth from either becoming homeless or remaining homeless. We do this by supporting them to create healthier relationships and recognize the many strengths and skills that they and their families already possess. By working with our partner agencies, we are able to bring additional expertise to them to support the development of additional life skills and ways of coping with crisis or change. By utilizing a combination of strengths-based and harm reduction models, we are able to increase capacity for our youth to handle various challenges that it could impact future success. We believe in preventing homelessness by strengthening the entire family unit as opposed to only one individual that utilizes our program. Resilient families create resilient communities, and resilient communities create natural protective factors and reduced risk for our children and youth. Sunrise House prides itself on being a safe place for all youth, no matter their current circumstances, background, culture, identity, or sexual orientation. Every youth who walks through our doors will benefit from a team of staff whose primary goal is to provide safety, security, and care. Our practices and procedures are free from discrimination. Clients are welcome and encouraged to practice religious beliefs, cultural beliefs, and cultural healing practices within the shelter. We believe we are leaders in our community on the issue of youth homelessness, and with the increasing risk to our vulnerable populations, it remains critical that we continue to be a strong organization, and we cannot be this without partners like the county.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there any questions? We're not seeing any. You put it all in. Oh, wait, there, Mr. Krennick.
Thank you. Just out of curiosity, you're asking if you're looking at hiring a new staff so you can keep 2 or 3 on all the time. How many are on right now all the time?
Yeah, and actually, the youth support workers specifically, there would be one during the day, but we have other daytime, those family natural support workers, we have our case managers. What this number is talking about, we've shifted our model a little bit, and what's happening is we're doubling our bed capacity. So we're going from 12 to 24 as of about December 1st. And so some of that shift has to do with the number of staff needed. So currently, while there are 2 on, there's 1 during the day and there's 2 on shift at other times, we'll actually need 3. And that's where we said, the 2 or 3, is we'll be going to 3 in particular in the evenings and on the weekends.
Okay, so going forward and you're moving to the new facility, is it going to be an uptake of more staff in order to accommodate that, or is this for that?
Yeah, well, it's sort of, I mean, we aren't totally sure when that transition happens. And so we're just doing that in advance and getting everyone trained before the building opens.
Yeah.
So the building it was supposed to be November. Now it'll be likely the first week of December.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Again, thank you for your presentation. And we will be deliberating later today, and somebody will let you know.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So next up, we have the Grand Prairie Palliative Care Society. So just, if you could, again, just state your name and your organization, just for the record. And
I do have a presentation for you guys,
okay.
Which I'll pass out to you guys.
Actually, we've got Melissa will help you with that.
Thank you
so that we're not wasting any of your time
Absolutely.
wandering around.
There you go. Thank you. So thank you. Thank you for your guys' ongoing support for the last few years.
What was your name again?
Sorry, Kristen Yaseko. I am the director for the Grand Prairie Palliative Care Society. My apologies on not having the presentation. I will explain that I am very fresh-faced to the society. We've kind of gone through a shift in staffing, and I'm very new, so I actually was unaware of this meeting till last week. Okay. So this is why my presentation was not prepared when it needed to be, so my apologies for that. My background, though, is I have been a volunteer role with the Grand Prairie Palliative Care Society for the last 12 years, so I am familiar with the society, its background, and our programs. So thank you for your ongoing support over the years. Our society has been in place since 2005. Our society supports the end-of-life care that will be available in our community with terminal illness and provide support for their families. We aim to relieve suffering and improve the quality of living and dying. Our team includes myself as the executive director, and then we also have a social worker, Jancy Dolan, who is also part of our team currently. Compassion for Journey, supporting families and caregivers. Grand Prairie Palliative Care Society advocates for support and compassionate family-centered care to enhance the quality and dignity of life for those diagnosed with progressive life-limiting illnesses, as well as assistance to those who are bereaved. Our current programs, as we speak, have been very well received, and demand continues to grow. These programs have expanded from solely in the hospice to community, hospital, and senior facilities. Grand Prairie Palliative Care Society supports individuals and their families wishing to die at home, in hospice, hospitals, and facilities. Having all the resources available to cope with their life-limiting illnesses, and supporting agencies, groups, and service clubs that we are connected within continues to grow. So those programs are listed on that slide: vigil care, friendly visitor, pet visitation, virtual care, respite visitor, mealtime assistance, spiritual care, and grief companion. We assist our palliative care community members with our comfort care bags, grief and self-care workshops, and hospice meal voucher programs. We also still support our virtual care program. Grand Prairie Palliative Care has established a smart device loaner program for palliative persons and their loved ones to utilize during their stay in hospice or in hospital or at home as well. Each device is set up with a special email account linked to the cloud to collect their legacy photos and videos just for that person and their family. These smart devices are loaded with apps, resources, and books for residents and their families to utilize, so they have the opportunity to connect with the outside world and the community still. This type of technology will be helpful going forward. We also load these devices with connection apps such as FaceTime, Zoom, and Skype. We include resources such as Grand Prairie Palliative Care Understanding Diagnosis, Self-Care, and Final Stages. We include therapy music, art, meditation, and life and review apps as well. And there's also the opportunity to use our Pen Pal program. And we've had this program in place since March 2020. This was obviously with the start of COVID is when we brought this program into place, but we still see a massive need for this in the community. We've had great feedback that this still needs to be supported, and people with those illnesses are still wanting to have this program in place with the iPads. Our virtual Pen Pal program, we still have this ongoing as well. Our program provides seniors and persons living with life-limiting illnesses with a chance to socialize and connect with others through written letters or virtually. Letters are written by volunteers from local schools and from all over the world. The Pen Pal program acts as a bridge between the outside world and recipient by sharing stories and connections with the ones in our community. We are still have about 38 facilities that are still using our Pen Pal program. During COVID, we were dealing with approximately about 1,000 letters a month, getting these out to the facilities worldwide. So it was a huge success. And again, there's still a huge need for that. We found a lot of our seniors love still receiving those letters within the facilities as well. So Companion Through Grief. This program is free of charge to individuals coping with grief. Many clients and families stated that they felt grief from the time of diagnosis along the path of the illness. We offer companion grieving for both families and in person and virtually. And again, this is another program that we have. We have our social worker. We also have a psychologist that is volunteering their time as well to these grief programs so that it is available to anyone in our community. Our next chapter. So we are still leading the Compassionate Community Framework in palliative care. Now that we can move back to more in person, we're looking at putting on a fall conference this 2024 that we can implement this into our community. Due to COVID, we couldn't do that conference the last 3 years. So this is something that's very important that we bring that framework back into our community. We would like these organizations and agencies providing input, which will be the Northwest Polytech, AHS, Home Care, Palliative Care Team, AHS Mental Health, Alzheimer's, and Centerpoint, and etc. Our vision is we want a compassionate community that promotes living well by supporting others through caring, caregiving, dying, and grieving. We are still doing our national model of palliative care, which is the guiding principles is person and family centered. Death, dying, grief, and bereavement are part of life. A more holistic care, addressing the physical, psychological, spiritual, and practical concerns of the person and their family. Care is offered as early as diagnosis of life-limiting illness. The treatment plans are designed to improve quality of life. There's also going to be, we have a huge focus on the caregiver as well, is that they're also being supported as well through this process as well, because they're also going through grief and the stress of that. And what does our model of care mean for our community? So we did roll out the NAV Care program during COVID, which was basically a virtual program to get resources out. Community members and their loved ones should be able to receive support from the time of diagnosis according to National Palliative Care model, allowing people to stay at home and remain connected to their community longer. Once patients are assessed and triaged, the medical needs Grand Prairie Palliative Care connects them to a coordinated volunteer who will provide ongoing psychosocial and emotional support. Volunteers assist the patient and family to design a personalized plan and obtain the appropriate resources to benefit them through the patient's entire illness and support the family beyond. This is still an ongoing program that we provide as well that is still greatly needed for the families and the patient as well that's going through that. Once our NAV Care volunteers become trainers, we're training approximately 50 volunteers currently to meet the current demand for this service, just because home care is limited to what they have for resources now. So this is a massive need that is still needed. Moving forward for 2024 for us, we are going to be addressing a holistic care and physical and spiritual and practical concerns of the person and the family. Our palliative care team, volunteers, and medical care teams have a better understanding of multiculturals and Indigenous end-of-life care through additional training and education. This will be a focus that we're going to plan to do in our conference this fall, or I guess next fall. Best practices and barriers to consistent access to palliative care are identified, increase awareness of palliative care in our community and with other cultures. We did see that there was a gap in that with some of the other multicultures out there, that they were unaware of what palliative care was and the resources that are available to them. Continuing to grow our volunteer base and attracting them with our training sessions and opportunities. And of course, doing more research and data collection. Stakeholders and caregivers and communities cooperate and help achieve goals of the individuals during this entire period. And education will be, again, a massive thing that we're going to take on. When it comes to the education piece, our palliative care teams and physicians do not get training. So this is something that we have previously provided. So this will be essential that we will be bringing that into our fall 2024 education piece about end-of-life care for multicultures, and a massive thing on Indigenous as well. There seems to be a lack of understanding for that care in the community. So we are growing and working to address the ever-changing needs of those living with life-limiting diagnosis. Our vision is aimed to offer community members relief from suffering and improve the quality of living and dying with life-limiting illnesses to live well until the end of life. Thank you. We appreciate your guys' support over the years as well. Thank you, the county.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Is there any questions? Mrs. Bilbray.
Thank you very much, Kristen. Appreciate the update. I'm sorry, you must have said at one point how many patients that you presently serve this year.
So with the county itself, with the hospice, you guys are, the amount of, based on the records that we're getting, is about 22%. The only issue though with the way that those numbers are recorded with the county is that they may have been in long-term care initially. So they would have a Grand Prairie address initially. Okay. So those numbers are probably quite higher. The other thing with the county is you guys also, when it comes to a lot of our programs, when it comes to say the NAV care volunteers, they're also going into the county residents. So there's no accurate number on that, say per se what those programs are being, I guess, actively being used by the people in the county. So it would be quite higher than that. So hospice wise though, it's about 22%.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate all the work that's being done. It's not an easy subject, and it certainly makes the transition for both the recipient and the family.
No, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Marshall.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So with regards to this, do you work with the palliative care nurses and the home care nurses?
Absolutely. Yes, we have a working relationship as well with them. So they typically will reach out to us if they don't have the resources or they don't have the manpower. So they will contact us, either the families or they'll use us to connect them with our volunteers to reach out to those that they can't help at this point or they're maxed out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, again, thank you for your presentation, and we will be deliberating later today, and somebody will let you know.
Thank you so much, you guys.
And continue to do the great work that you guys do. So needed in that difficult time. Next up is John Howard Society. And there again, I'll ask you to state your name and your organization, and then we've only got about 10 minutes. Sorry, but for
that's good.
Presentation and questions, so go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. I am Penny Mickenuk. I am the Executive Director with the John Howard Society.
And I'm Krista Herda, and I'm the Assistant Executive Director with the John Howard Society.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, first of all, to the county for your ongoing support of one of our programs, the Eureka program. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here and to be able to kind of update you on our organization and some of the things that we've been up to in the past couple of years. For us, like many people, you know, just we're kind of in the last year coming out of COVID and just kind of trying to get reestablished. And COVID, you know, once kind of the fog has started to clear, presented many challenges for our organizations and others, as we know, and it also presented many opportunities for us. We learned that some things were possible and we flourished in some areas, and in some areas we didn't. Things like COVID really put a damper on things like our Eureka program, which are delivered with the school districts to grade 7 students kind of off-site. Things like Zoom obviously gave us new opportunities to connect with people that we might not have previously been able to connect with, and to kind of reach a broader target for things like our treatment programs and our groups. And so while we had these opportunities and that COVID brought, we also had the kind of the time and the space to expand in different areas as well. And so for our organization, kind kind of in the last couple of years with COVID, we've taken on things like being the backbone organization for Communities Building Youth Futures, which is a national initiative, as well as we saw the introduction of drug treatment court services. And more recently, just the beginning of this year, we've introduced a record suspension program, which helps folks to apply for and obtain a record suspension or a pardon. And so we've had some really big stuff going on. We also, if you're not aware, back in April, relocated to the community village in Grande Prairie. And so that gave us a bit more space to accommodate some of our expanding programming. One of the challenges that we have had across our organization, like a lot of folks, as we've come out of COVID, has been staffing and finding staffing and retaining staffing and being able to recruit folks and kind of trying to be able to be competitive still with our wages. And so that's been a bit of a challenge, and we've had some tough decisions and choices that we've had to make kind of along the way in terms of how do we kind of manage everything that we've had and all the new stuff that we have coming up. So as I said, one of the biggest challenges has been with respect to recruiting and retaining staff. And Eureka, our Eureka program, which is the program that the county helps to provide support for, has been one of those programs that's been impacted. And so during the last school year, we've advertised 3 times and tried to recruit last year for a staff for that program. And unfortunately, our recruitment efforts weren't successful. And so as we got, well, weren't successful in the past school year, I should say. So we're talking 22-23. And so as we kind of got further into the school year, we realized that we needed to adapt and maybe do a bit of a review and a reflection of the program. And so that's what we did, and we spent some of our time really focusing on some of that development work and sort of looking at also some of the new realities for the schools as a result of COVID. So now we're back into school, and Krista will talk a bit more about kind of those particular parts that we looked at. But the nature, even within the schools, has changed post-COVID. Yeah, and so Krista, maybe this would be a good time for you to talk about kind of what that development work looked like and what our last year looked like.
Great. So unlike the last presenter, we've been around for a really long time. So I've been involved with the Eureka program in one way or another for about the last 24 years. So some of the changes that I've noticed over the last few years that's impacting our shift and kind of what we want to do differently in the schools. So one thing that I'm noticing is that with grade 7s, it's just harder to keep them interested for 2 full days. It's harder to surprise them with an activity that they haven't seen already. So they're at school, they're in youth groups, they spend lots of time on TikTok. So we're struggling with the surprise that's been taken away a little bit out of the workshop. Grade 7s have also been exposed to a lot more through social media, making them more mature in some ways, and yet the reactions to situations are less mature in other ways. So some things that have remained the same are teachers are still looking for new ways to engage their students. Youth can benefit from learning new ways to handle stress and frustration, and youth continue to want to have fun. Connecting with positive adults continues to be a protective factor for youth. Schools continue to look for ways to support the mental health of their students, and schools continue to look for ways to engage their students and eliminate bullying. So what the schools are looking for is still the same. So as you can imagine, finding the right staff to deliver the Eureka program comes with its challenges. Even though it took us until this September to get the right person in place, the time did give us the opportunity to reflect on the workshop that we are delivering. Some of the insight that we had during this time was to consider, is grade 7 the right target audience? Is a 2-day workshop outside of the school still feasible? And how can the Eureka program align better with social and emotional learning, which is a well-researched framework that helps youth succeed in school and in life?
So social and emotional learning is made up of self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. And these cell pillars align well with the Eureka Power Cells and the Eureka Pillars. So we believe that this is a natural and needed shift. Currently, we are training new staff and grounding them in social and emotional learning. We're collecting feedback from the schools who have received the Eureka program in the past to help us determine the target audience as well as the length of the workshop. And we're also exploring offering social and emotional learning workshops that vary in length and focus for different grades. So maybe it's not just a 2-day workshop for grade 7s. Maybe we're doing something shorter with grade 7s, but maybe more with grade 5 and grade 6. So that is where we're at. Did you want to add?
Well, I would just add that one of the things that we've had to do, I think that's contributed to us being able to recruit for this year is we've increased the wages in the Eureka program by about 20%. That position is a 4-day-a-week position, so that can also create some challenges in that for a lot of people, working 4 days a week is not a possibility in terms of if they're the only, sort of sole earner in their household. So you have to kind of find somebody who can work for a little bit less and a few lesser hours during the week. But we are excited and hopeful that we found the right person and that this will be more long-term and sustainable. And we've had the good fortune Eureka is one of our least well-funded programs. And so we've been able to sort of scrape together a little here and there from different places, like we got some grant money from the Legion and we've got some Rotary support. And so all of those things kind of come together with the county support, support from Alberta Health Services and the Community Foundation to be able to allow us to make it work for the coming year.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Is there any questions for the ladies? Mrs. Beaupre.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. Just a question, and you probably did mention it, but the students that take the workshop and how whatever you've decided to, whether it's grade 5 or grade 7, are they referred by someone, or is it just students from all of the different schools that they can register, their parents can register them, or they have to be registered through the school division?
So it's a program for the classroom. So we send out the marketing, and then whatever teachers would like us to deliver the program for their class are the ones that get the workshop.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I think it's really important, especially what I was reading around the bullying and anti-bullying and a lot of that. I'm sure it's very difficult for the teacher to manage and educate in their own without the resources that you provide. So, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, then thank you very much for your presentation. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And we'll be deliberating later and we'll let you know.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your support and for your consideration.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Next up is Odyssey House. And so I will ask you ladies to state your names and organization for the record. And just a reminder, we've got about 10 minutes. Lisa knows the program, so she knows how fast-paced everything has to be.
Yes, I'll make sure it's very quick. My name is Lisa Watson. I'm the Executive Director of Odyssey House.
Good morning, I'm Madison Clark. I'm the manager for the Prevention and Impact Program at Odyssey House. So thank you for pulling up my slides. I'm just going to go through a little bit of kind of what we do and what our program looks like, and then we'll leave space for any questions that you guys have. So Impact is a part of a provincial network, and so Impact Grand Prairie represents our network here in town, and we cover our entire region, so that includes county work. And our mission is to eradicate domestic and sexual violence, so it's all based in preventative measures to address what we're seeing in Odyssey House from a primary prevention aspect. So just a quick overview of what it means, because our network is located as a backbone to the GP Women's Residents Association. And so Lisa Watson is the chair and backbone for our Impact Network. And then we are kind of boarded by a leadership team. So we have more than 10 local stakeholders that represent agencies across town with the same initiatives in their organization. So they kind of set direction and guide how our network is going to operate and our plans for the next few years. And then the greater membership keeps us going. And so those are the folks that are interested in our initiative and are the ones that come out and volunteer and help make all of these things happen and are able to continue our initiative for us from the general public and within the community. And so we're positioned in Alberta among a provincial collective. So we're connected regionally and provincially as well. So the ideology behind impact and how we do our work is from a collective impact model. So we noticed that all the agencies in town have the same goal of healthy families, healthy communities. And so we decided that if we all sat at the same table and worked towards the same mission, we'd get a lot further, a lot faster. And so that's kind of what that looks like for us. So yeah, that's the collective impact model we're based off of. So our skill set and assets going into what we do is that we all have a common agenda. We're headed the same direction. Everybody is an equal player, and we all have our own resources within our organizations and our own assets and skills that we can bring to the table. So Impact has a very unique ability to take all of our community resources and the strengths that everybody brings to the table to kind of paddle in the same direction and work towards the overall goal of having our healthy families and healthy communities in the Grand Prairie area. So just to outline a couple ways, we talk about primary prevention and ending domestic violence, but what does that actually look like? And so some of the things that we've identified is addressing the root causes, so getting back to that primary prevention and looking at all the different ways that funnel into family violence. And then including all voices, so having that board of 10 organizations coming from different backgrounds has allowed us to make sure that every corner of our community, including the county, has a voice at the table. And raising awareness and educating the community are the main pillars for our preventative measures. And so we've been able to host a lot of successful events in town, raising awareness and giving folks an opportunity to be involved and be a part of the work and make it a community initiative. So just a few examples there was our Take Back the Night March. We paired up with the Storm last November, which we'll be doing again. And then we have our Breakfast with the Guys event annually. So this is all times to kind of address our unusual suspects and reach all the different corners of the community to make sure everybody's involved in our initiative. So yeah, just an example of kind of how we're able to move our initiative and what keeps us going. So the future of Impact and what we're looking towards for the next few years is a part of an Alberta primary prevention framework. So we've aligned with the goals and visions for the entire province for primary prevention. And a few of those main focus areas is enhancing social inclusion, engaging men and boys, activating informal supports, and improving our economic conditions. Engaging men and boys is an area that we've really honed in on in Grand Prairie specifically. And so funding and support from the county will help us to really hone in on that pillar that we've identified and move forward in the initiatives that we want to go into that direction and be able to engage our community and build their capacity to spread our message and support each other in the community so that we can kind of alleviate some of that work off of the main social service agencies here, and be able to support and bolster just all of our general community members that can support each other informally and continue our initiative in primary prevention. So, yeah.
Well, thank you for your presentation. I did see the invitation for the breakfast with the guys come across our desk this morning.
Yes.
So I would encourage our gentlemen councillors and board members to attend if they have the opportunity. It's on next Monday, and it did come this morning by email to everybody. So take a look at it. Any other questions? Nope. You guys are getting off easy here.
Thank you. We will have another little bit of our breakfast with the guys. There'll be an alternative or an extra presentation that will happen afterwards, introducing the website called Men And. So one of the pieces that we've identified is that engaging with abusers or men that are potentially at risk of abusing don't have a lot of supports within our area. So we've actually partnered with the community, or sorry, with Fears Not Love, which is the Calgary women's shelter for their Men End project. So they've created a website and a 24-hour crisis line with counseling supports and also some brief videos, kind of how-tos, and we'll be launching that project right after breakfast with the guys as well. So hopefully we can engage with our RCMP to share that information and go from there. I always appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, we will be deliberating later, and somebody will be getting back to you.
Great.
So
thank you so much.
Good meet lunch. It's here. Okay, then I will recess till 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for coming today. We will get started. If you could guys just state your name and the organization you were with. Oh, I will. Just give me a second. The organization you're with, just for our record.
Good afternoon. My name is Howell Williams. I'm with the Resource Center for Suicide Prevention, or the Suicide Prevention Resource Center is our legal name.
And I'm Tammy Monroe with the same organization.
Okay, go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. The Resource Center for Suicide Prevention. So my intention is to give you a little overview of who we are. I think most people are very familiar with us, but I'll give you a little introduction about us, talk a little bit about some of our programs. Tammy will tell you about another couple of our programs that we've applied for grants for, and maybe give you a little bit of an overview of suicide prevention generally. So the County of Grand Prairie is a valuable contributor to our operations, long-time funder, as well as community supporter, and that the county, for instance, bought a table at our recent fundraiser event, which was hugely successful. We grossed over $200,000 and netted somewhere just over $150,000. So it was a great event, sold out at the county located Evergreen Park. So I think you have our package in front of you. So our ask for 2024 is $29,000 and 2025 is $30,000. Who is the Resource Center? Apologize for some of the small writing on the PowerPoint, but I think we can get through it. So our vision is to promote mental well-being, raise awareness, eliminate stigma, and educate to reduce suicidal behaviors and their impacts. So in particular, what might that education be for the County of Grand Prairie? Well, interesting and important statistics like professionals, veterinarians have a 4 times higher risk of suicide than the general population. And that farmers, Canadian farmers, 30% of the people responding to the survey reported 30% reported thoughts of suicide in the past year. Those are significant and compelling numbers. Some other compelling numbers are, and facts are, is that the suicide rate in Canada has remained the same since 2000. So regardless of the various efforts gone into suicide prevention, things haven't changed much. Suicide is the second leading cause of death in Canada for both genders, ages 15 to 34. So second leading cause of death. Locally, AHS North Zone, 2019 to 2021, 192. So in essence, every other day, somebody in the North Zone dies by suicide. So what is it that we do about that? What are the efforts of the Resource Center? Well, in our men's program, realizing that 75% of all suicide deaths are male, we offer 2 free programs, support groups. Monday nights is called Men's Talk, that is run by a social worker, and it has a bit of a clinical approach, but it is very much a support group. And on Wednesday nights it's called Men's Support Group, and it is more of a peer-to-peer program. those programs have been running a very long time, and they are offered in our downtown Grand Prairie office. The next thing that we do is a program called Tough Enough to Talk About It. It's a long-standing program. It's focused on workplace wellness. It's targeted at trades, industry, and agriculture, or energy and agriculture. It's recently, I think, perhaps characterized by taking a step up and being recognized internationally. The facilitator for that, Tracy Golnick, was recently down in Texas at a summit for energy companies. She took part as part of the expert panel on suicide prevention in the workplace. She's in Fort McMurray this week, talking with the folks at CNRL at their camp there, and she'll be presenting all week to CNRL employees. Other things that we're doing with our Tough Enough program, we're partnering with Northwest Polytechnic to do evidence-based societal return on investment evaluation to show and to prove that Tough Enough to Talk About It is actually provides a benefit to those that go through it and take it. It's a 90-minute presentation. Again, and I think it's really outlined in our annual report that I'm really pleased to be able to present. Some of those numbers are better brought forward in that document. The last thing I want to talk about with respect to the men's mental health is a new program, and while it's about a year, just over a year and a half, called Men's Shed. It is an international program that a person here in Grand Prairie, Richard Nasedkin, has taken on and really carried forward. The Resource Center has got behind it. We pay for the rent for that space that they have out in the industrial park in Grand Prairie. It receives a lot of its own funding, excuse me, from memorial donations and those sorts of things. It's a really cool program. Essentially, it's an opportunity for men to get together in a supportive environment. This Men's Shed is currently focused on woodworking and those sorts of things. Men don't have to do that. They can come and have coffee or whatever, but it's an opportunity for guys to get together that's not at a bar, and it provides some mentorship and those sorts of things. Again, a safe place for guys to go to be just to hang out and to have a place where you can talk. So I'm going to hand it over to Tammy. He's going to talk to you a little bit about some of the programs that she looks after and supervises.
All right. So thank you. I'm going to first talk about our youth mental health. Youth mental health is one of the big pieces of our programming. And the biggest part of our youth mental health program is actually our Griffin and Phoenix youth groups, which was previously known as the Breakfast Club. Anybody who's familiar with our organization probably has heard of that, where we currently offer one-day workshops for youth between the grades 4 and 12. These workshops focus on providing a preventative and psychoeducational program for youth who are feeling overwhelmed, struggling with coping or emotions. We use an evidence-based approach to help youth recognize those stressors in their lives and work towards positive ways to manage those stressors, developing healthy coping skills. In 2022, across all of our youth programming, we helped support 201 youth. In addition to that, we were also able to send 17 youth to a camp just out of Westlock called Camp Macanola. The reason behind that is we know that COVID had a great impact on youth and the connectedness that they feel. So we wanted to provide youth an opportunity to kind of just get out of the county, out of the city, and do something exciting that maybe they didn't have an opportunity to do. We provided funds to purchase any camp supplies that they were missing, as well as transportation for this week-long camp.
We also provided support to 3 different camps and external agencies in the community. So we were able to support over 300 youth attend those camps as well. Again, to really bring that connection piece back to the youth as they've lost it throughout the pandemic. Another thing we did in 2022 is we combined our youth program with our Connect program and created a brand new one-day workshop called Camp Training. This training is a combined workshop, or a condensed workshop, sorry, with all of the important pieces from all of our workshops to deliver to camp counselors and staff who work with youth. Because we recognize that it's not possible for everybody to attend a week of training, so how can we reach those groups and still meet those needs? In the upcoming year, we have a really exciting opportunity. As Howell had mentioned, there were 192 suicide deaths in 2021. That is an increase from 2020, and that increase was seen solely in young adults and youth between the ages of 15 and 35. So we were approached by Alberta Health Services to help bring services to those groups on an initiative called eMental Health. So it is a web-based platform that we can use to support youth. Where they take an assessment, we are able to see where they're struggling on 20 different domains of mental health and help provide those supports. The other really cool thing about this platform is it's entirely virtual. So youth, if they have a phone, but say they live in the county, they can do the assessment and they have access to those tools right at their fingertips. As somebody who grew up on a farm with very limited access to resources, I can see the benefit of this particular program for those youth who might be struggling and aren't able to access supports like somebody who lives in the city can. The next program I'm going to talk about is our Connect program. So Connect is our public education and outreach program where we aim to provide individuals, agencies, and communities with the knowledge and tools to save lives. Under this programming umbrella, we offer workshops such as applied suicide intervention skills training, mental health first aid, and then we have a number of free workshops and presentations that we offer as well on things like brain development, the impact of trauma, introduction to mental health, and then resilience and coping skills. My numbers are up on the screen for this one. So as you can see in 2022, we delivered workshops to 1,191 people. Across the entire program, we actually touched just under 2,000 people, including our public education workshops, our paid workshops, public events, trade shows, things like that, as well as our bereavement support group. And of that number, roughly 10% were from the county, which is a significant portion. And you can see in our AGM kind of the outcomes from that. So we did have a 95% positive rate on people saying that they are feeling more confident in providing conversations and those helping skills towards people in their lives after taking our workshops, which I'd argue is a really good outcome for us. Some of the other things we've done in the past year is we were able to increase our reach. So we've been working really hard with Western Cree Tribal Council to bring our workshops to the 3 nations around Grand Prairie, as well as to Sturgeon Creek directly. Sturgeon Lake, sorry, my apologies, where we went and did a speech during their World Suicide Prevention Day, and we talked to over 100 people about kind of the signs to look for if somebody's struggling, just to get that information out into community. And we also brought in one new initiative to help address a gap that we were seeing with parents and caregivers who have youth who are engaged in the mental health system. This program is called Family and System Supports. So parents, caregivers, kinship, anybody who's supporting a youth who's in the mental health system has the opportunity to meet with one of our staff to discuss the diagnosis, the treatment options, where they can get that support, answer any questions, or even just talk about communication and how they can manage their child's diagnosis. And we've seen decent success on that one, particularly with a support group. Moving forward in the next year, similarly to the eMental Health, we were actually approached by the Center for Suicide Prevention to bring on a new support group for youth between the ages of 12 and 24 called Skills for Safer Living. So this support group is a 4-week support group to teach those youth different skills to stay safer for now. So it's for youth thinking about suicide or who have recent attempts. And our hope is to take that reliance off of the emergency room or off of the mental health system and help provide those tools outside of that setting. As it's a co-current group, so we run one with youth and we run another one at the same time with caregivers. So they both learn the same skills around safety planning, staying safe for now, recognizing early warning signs and those sorts of things. And I think that's it for my programs.
Great. Thanks, Tammy. The last slide, so to speak, comes from the federal government, the Senate's review of the national strategy on suicide prevention. I won't go through all of those. Suffice to say that that report came out in June of this year, and when I read it just a few weeks ago, I was very pleased that we're ahead of this curve, that we're working and have identified ourselves most of those things, and realizing that those are the approaches that we need to do. Because again, going back to the first point about since the year 2000, suicide rates are not declining, suicide deaths are not declining, notwithstanding the amount of money that's being put into it. So we need to do things a little bit differently, and we need to examine what we're doing now to ensure that those efforts and that, quite frankly, that money is being spent in the most appropriate way. So just to summarize and to conclude, suicide is and continues to be a Canadian and local healthcare crisis. The Resource Centre is a long-standing local not-for-profit that delivers services to those most at risk. And we're committed to delivering evidence-based best practices on an ongoing and constantly evolving basis. We are moving towards certification both academically through the work at the Northwest Polytechnic and through a comprehensive healthcare accreditation. So those would be our remarks.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. And I know you say that the suicide rates haven't decreased, but they also haven't increased. And considering the last few years that we've gone through, I think that's a win.
Yeah, so if I can, in response to that, so we get that question from time to time about, COVID must have really changed things on a suicide and rate basis. And actually what happened was mental health concerns were certainly increased, but suicide rates actually dipped. And one possible explanation is that people spend more time at home together, and that's a huge protective factor is being with other people, not being isolated. What the long-term implications of COVID are remains to be seen. Again, mental health decline is a very real concern.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there any questions? Oh, there we go, Mr. Krennick.
Thank you.
Oh,
just like to say thank you for the presentation. Identifying agriculture is big. Sorry.
Agriculture is a priority. I know when I was on the board, it was Men at Risk at the time. That's when I was on the board for several years for this organization as well as chair. And that's when they did the video for the agriculture one. I was there for several of those. And being a farmer too, it is, the years we've had the last few years has been very difficult for agriculture as well as industry. So yep. I totally get where Mr. Krennick is coming from on that, and didn't mean to take it, but I just thought I'd pick up for you there.
No, sorry about that. Just in context with a lot of friends and neighbors, it's been tough.
Sorry, just thank you so much for
Yeah.
identifying problems, not only in agriculture, but throughout everywhere. It's a real thing, and it's really tough on coming for men to admit problems and stuff. It's tough, and no matter what industry you're in. So
Yeah,
thanks
for
again.
sure. Yeah, that's the huge challenge is to get in front of people and to be able to deliver those messages in ways that are accepted and listened to. And so we're just renewing our Tough Enough to Talk About It program and our video so that it is current and it continues to have resonance with people. Yeah, we do try to get in front of people as much as we can, but sometimes it's tough.
Mrs. Beaupre.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the handout where the different organizations and the provincial government agencies. And I was just wondering if you work with the addiction side of Alberta Health Services too, because I know sometimes there's a correlation between the two, right? Sometimes it starts off as a side effect, or the actual suicide attempt is not necessarily based on the fact that they want to end their life. It could be something as simple as an overdose or something along that line. But I don't see that. I want to know if there's collaboration between the organizations, I guess, because there seems to be an awful lot of addiction issues across the province and across Canada.
Yeah, so our Connect program is, it partners with AHS, particularly with NAC, the Northern Addiction Center. So we provide programming on a regular basis to both the treatment and the detox side so that we can touch those clients.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks again for everything you do.
Yeah, the other thing that we started last year, so we're on the second floor of Nordic Court, and Alberta Health Services Mental Health and Addictions is on the 4th and 6th floor of that building. And at a certain point in time, we were talking about when we're talking about how difficult it is to get to people. These people sort of go by our front door every day, in the elevator, of course, but they go by our front door. And so we reached out to our friends upstairs and said, hey, when mom or dad come and they drop off their child, or they wait in the waiting room for 20 minutes or half an hour as the child might be in counseling, what does mom or dad do? Is it possible for them to come downstairs and talk to us? And so they gain some appreciation of what the heck's going on up there, and what are those words, and I don't know what the heck that means, and where do I get more information, and those kinds of things. So we developed a little partnership with the lady, the manager, and Tammy works closely with a number of their staff, and to try to encourage them to stop down and gain some layperson perspective on what the heck's going on, and what is borderline personality disorder, what is this, what is that, and where do I look? Because in a different field, I remember a physician saying, the worst thing that happens is people look on the internet for information, and that's no place to look, because there's so much misinformation and disinformation and inaccurate information there. We don't want people necessarily going on the internet to try to find stuff out, because it is such a poor source of information. So we, as much as where to go, where not to go is the thing that we try to accomplish. It hasn't, quite frankly, it hasn't been a great success, but we're looking to try to figure out how it is that we can do it better, so that people do feel like they can stop there, that it is a casual source of information when they need it most, when their kid is upstairs, in particular children, not just children, but so we're always looking for excuse me, better ways to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very important that, you know, the families and those that are supporting the individual have as much information to, or access to information as it does to the individual that's going through the whole process. Because you can't support the individual unless you know what's happening as well. And we've heard from many groups today that talk about, you know, supporting, whether it's through palliative care or even the seniors outreach, right? Like there's, if you don't know, you don't know. And, you know, that information's invaluable.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Is there any other more questions? No, and I just wanted to make one more comment on the Tough Enough. It's nice that that program is phenomenal, and the fact that Tracy is up in it working at Fort Mac with the CNRL crew, because unfortunately, energy industry, agriculture, they're very isolated industries. You're not in a workplace where you've got lots of people around and somebody can see you and see that you're having trouble. You're out by yourself a lot of times, and those are the people that are in desperate need of that opportunity for connection and at least having a chance to talk to people about it. So thank you for what you do. This one has always been very close to my heart. Now I'm going to cry too, but it's been very close to my heart. So thank you very much for what you do. And we will be deliberating later today. But I do see this is for 3 different asks. So there's the one for the core, and core is just your general operation budget, correct? Just for reference for the rest of our board here, as well as the Connect program, and then all the different the men's programs, as well as the youth programs. So
that's correct.
They will all be deliberated separately, and we will let you know. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming you're here for Center for Young Parents? Absolutely, sounds good. So if you would like to join us at the presentation table. And I will just get you to state your, you've got papers? Yeah. Melissa will hand those out for you. Nope, thank you very much. Yeah. If you'll just, when you are ready, just state your name and the organization, just so that it's, we are streamed public or live. So everybody online can know who you are, and you will have about 10 minutes, just because they had more because they had 3 different applications in.
Okay.
But that's what's going on. So thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Tayo Adegunju. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Young Parents, and I joined the organization just about 10 months ago. So I'm still pretty new in Grand Prairie as well. I used to work and live in Winnipeg, Manitoba for about 15 years prior to coming to Grand Prairie.
Okay. So go ahead.
The Center for Young Parents, we've been previously known as the Society for Support for Parenting and Young Teens, has been around since 1986. And we've been providing an array of services to pregnant and young parents since inception. Currently, we offer various programs and supports to young parents. As at last count, we have about 69 clients currently being serviced. As at September of this year, we had 9 new babies between June and September coming into the program, out of which the parents also attending the BRIC network, where they're completing either grade 9 through grade 12s or doing some of the programs that we offer. So part of the stuff that we do at the Center for Young Parents is providing different programs and services, as well as providing childcare for the young parents while they're in those programs. So we do have a daycare center where we have all the, we have one ECE and then staff with volunteers. And currently right now, because of the huge numbers of the babies and the young ones that are in the center, we have been going into the center to volunteer as well and help out, just because the sheer number of the young people that we have right now. So we offer programs such as mood menders and mental health, circle of security, Wellness Wednesday. We also offer through outside consultants, paid outside consultants, a breastfeeding and lactation group because of the young parents that we have. And we also offer pregnancy testing as part of the programs that we do at the center. So the support that we have received from the County of Grand Prairie for the last couple of years has been in around $12,000. We're still asking for that because in my stuff that I laid out to you, I did a breakdown of the budget of how we use the funding that we received from the council within the last couple of years. Currently, we are focusing on mental health and poverty reduction. What we've observed within the last year or two within the girls, the young ladies in our program, is a huge increase in mental health issues, whether as a result of the stress of dealing with young kids, issues with the significant other, and just overall a decline in their mental health. We're also being inundated with a lot of issues with their children being taken away by Child and Family Services. We have a navigation worker that goes attend court cases with the young parents, and we've seen a huge increase in depression within the people that attend groups and sessions at the center. Currently, the case we focus right now, we're focusing more on the mental health issue because we've seen just that trend that has been going up within the last 2 years. So we're adding that in addition to the poverty reduction program that we're offering, increasing the mental health services that we have. So right now we have the program that we run, which is called the Mood Menders. We have people from the AHS come in and do those programs once a week with the group. And part of that is just to help the young people to learn how to cope with the issues that are coming up as a result of them having unplanned or early pregnancies. So that's what we have been focused on for the last year and a half.
Okay, is there any questions? I have a quick one. So of your 69 clients,
yes,
how many of them are county residents?
I think we have 3, according to my program manager. She's not here. We had an accident last week, ECE. So we do some of the fundraisings that we do to help, because all the services that we provide are free of charge to our clients. So we had one fundraiser last week, and she, during the preparation, the ECE fell from a truck and broke a knee. Oh, no. So now my program manager, because of the programs that we have today, the sessions and classes and stuff that we have today, she's not able to be here today. But what she had informed me was that we have about 3 from the county. Okay,
thank you. Is there any other questions? Nope, I guess not. So thank you very much for your presentation. We will be deliberating a little bit later, and somebody will let you know.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And you're here from Rising Above? Okay, just have a seat then. And when are you the only one here for it?
I am.
Okay, just when you're ready, just if you could let us know your name and your organization, because this is live streamed, so people online will be watching too.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you only have about 10 minutes, just so you know.
I'll keep it short and sweet. Okay. I'm assuming if I just want next slide, I just say next slide?
Absolutely,
okay, I have a USB on me. I came very prepared.
Oh, good job.
So hello, my name is Stephanie Hudson. I am the Communications and Development Manager for Rising Above Ministry in Grand Prairie. Since 2007, Rising Above has been committed to helping people break cycles of defeat. And we use the term cycles of defeat to refer to patterns of destructive living that a person can't get out of on their own. And this can often include, and does include a majority of the time, addiction, homelessness, patterns of criminal behavior, but can also cover other destructive cycles such as anger, gambling, pornography, and so on. When Rising Above started in 2007, we started with a simple question, and that question was, how can we get people out of these destructive cycles and into sober and self-sufficient living? Most individuals who access our services lack basic skills and have been subject to destructive and harmful environments, and oftentimes need help getting out of those environments. We created a simple yet effective model that would be the foundation for our organization, and that's the HELPS acronym. Individuals who access our program immediately receive housing. They have opportunities to grow their job skills through our employment readiness training program and life skills classes, as well as opportunities to grow personally and spiritually through hobby exploration, access to the recovery community, and mentorship opportunities. Our program is focused on removing the individual from their environment, placing them in a healthy, recovery-centered one, and educating them through our life skills program. In 2022, we received 417 applications to the program. We have applications coming from all over Western Canada, but most of them come from the detox program at Northern Addiction Centre and the justice system. Family and community support services would fund education through life skills. This is a foundational piece in our 6-month program, as it helps individuals build resiliency and coping skills to be better equipped to live self-sufficiently after the program is done. You can skip to the next slide now. Thank you. There are several topics we teach in these classes that are crucial for individuals embarking on the recovery journey. And we can skip to the next slide now. There we go, and the next one too. So I'm going to go over just some of the topics that we teach in these classes. One of them is healthy boundaries, and they are essential for anyone who wants to live a healthy life. But in recovery, this can be the difference between life and death. If an individual in our program chooses to surround themselves with former connections from toxic circles, they will eventually relapse. Drugs these days are more lethal than ever before. If a person isn't practicing boundary setting, it can have lethal implications. A sad example is we had someone who graduated from the program and they were living self-sufficiently in their own apartment, they had their own job. A former friend started coming around and the individual allowed them into their sphere. The individual started using together. And unfortunately, the individual that graduated from our program ended up passing away from a fentanyl overdose. And now this is just one sad story of many, and I hate to use examples like this, but it just highlights the dire need to practice healthy boundaries, especially in recovery settings. And then another class we teach is a class that touches on shame and guilt, and it's something that no one should have to live with. And for someone coming from destructive living, shame and guilt can almost be debilitating. A man in our program sold his wife's wedding ring to fund his drug addiction. Thankfully, he was able to address his actions, forgive himself, and learn from his mistakes. Learning to address and accept the things we cannot change is detrimental to one's recovery, so they can look to the future instead of being stuck in the past. Decision making is another topic we teach, and we always use the phrase, "What is the wise thing to do?" We know this class is very effective as we often hear program participants citing this line in their own situations, even well after the program is finished. Another class is time management. Individuals in our program quickly learn the importance of managing their time and how to balance schedules. Individuals are given a full roster of activities and commitments they need to fulfill while in the program. If someone doesn't manage their time well, they will miss deadlines and opportunities and have a hard time prioritizing their goals. And now other topics in the life skills class includes conflict resolution, decision-making, problem-solving, relapse prevention, understanding addiction and mental health, healthy relationships, suicide prevention, addressing negative self-talk, and more. We also utilize the class for outside groups to host workshops and courses. A few of our partner organizations include our work group. They're actually at the building today teaching job readiness classes, and the Grand Prairie Council for Lifelong Learning. These organizations help individuals prepare for the workforce and upgrade their education through their GED prep program. And most individuals in our program don't have their GED and need assistance in preparing for the exam, as many employers expect at minimum a high school level of education. Another partner organization is Ballad Group, where individuals are prepped for the workforce as well. We also have volunteer businesses who come in to teach on areas of their expertise. An example is ATV Financial, who comes to teach financial literacy classes, and Above the Storm Counseling, who helps individuals gain a deeper understanding on grief. Aside from life skills taught through the program, we engage the community through our Understanding series presentations, which helps individuals gain a deeper understanding of addiction, self-esteem, anger, suicide, shame and grief, and more. We have many parents attending these presentations to learn how they can best support their children who are struggling. The classroom is also a popular location for recovery groups like Alcoholics, Cocaine, and Narcotics Anonymous to host their meetings. Anyways, that's my presentation. I hope that kind of gives you a good idea of what we do at Rising Above and what FCSS would help to fund.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any questions for Stephanie? How did your, oh, there, Mr. Marshall.
No, thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Stephanie. Just looking at a lot of the life skill classes and stuff that you are mentioning there, from a lot of the presentations we've had today, I'm hoping and I'm assuming that you work with a lot of these other social agencies to bring in those supports and stuff.
So we teach a lot of our classes in-house. So is that what you're asking? Like we have built classes that...
Yeah, like I'm looking at suicide prevention, who was just here.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you're utilizing their resources to...
We don't have them come in to present, but that is something that has been talked about reaching out to them and partnering with them.
Yeah, I'm just looking at how do we efficiently use the limited funds we have to... Because we have a lot of social agencies and a lot of people have different niches and stuff, and can we collaborate effectively together to really make a bigger impact with those limited funds is where I'm going. So.
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a couple of questions. So you said, first of all, is how did your fundraiser go last weekend?
Really good. The crane event? Yeah, it was a really amazing awareness event. Funds were kind of what we expected. We raised around $14,000, but it was just that initial push to get people aware of what we're doing. It's for a new facility for Rising Above. It's a $5 million facility. So yeah, lots of people in the Staples parking lot doing this as they were looking at the crane up in the air. So
okay, yeah. That's awesome. And you said that you had 417 applicants and you're from all over. So like, what do you mean by all over?
So when I say all over, we get applications coming in from Eastern Canada. A fellow was flown in from Ontario. People applying from across province. So like in BC.
So how many of them are actually from the county?
11.
11?
Yeah. And I should say this, there's 11 individuals, not from the applicants, but from the people who were accepted into the program, which was 102.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Fowbray, if I can get it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. In your information that you provided, I'm not sure if you touched on the fact that you're a faith-based organization, is that right?
I don't think I did.
No.
And you're correct, we are a faith-based organization.
Does that play into any part of the description of who you will include in your programming?
No, absolutely not. I would say about 90% of the people that we accept into the program have little to no faith background. So yeah, that does not mean that we'll turn people away.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to hear. I think it's important for those that are listening, as well as for our clarification to understand when we're looking at funding.
Yeah, and that question is asked quite frequently too. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then how much of your programming is faith-based?
How much of our well, the faith component is kind of weaved all throughout our programming. So it's very much so like a foundation of Christ. But as for percentage, I would, if I was to guess, can I guess? Is that a thing?
That's fine.
I'd probably say 15-20%.
Okay, so how does that then work with, say, other denominations like Muslim or
right? Yeah. So I guess when people apply, they need to understand that this is going to be what's going to be taught.
Okay.
And so if they don't believe in that, that's totally fine, but we'll still teach about it in class, right? It doesn't mean that they have to adopt that as their own
Okay.
faith. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, and thank you very much for your presentation.
Awesome.
We will be deliberating later.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, have a great day. So we're a couple minutes early, I guess. So maybe, pardon me? 2 o'clock. So we're way ahead. Okay. Okay, so we will recess. We will recess for 15 Okay, it's 2 o'clock, so we're going to get started here again. We have our next delegation here, and so I'd like to just ask you to state your name and your organization because we are live streamed so that the people online can hear.
Perfect. Thank you. My name is Jennifer Douglas. I'm the Executive Director with Peace Area Riding for the Disabled Society.
Thank you. And then just go ahead with your presentation.
Perfect. So first, I would like to thank you for including PARD's Youth Leadership Program as a funded agency through the FCSS funding stream. The Youth Leadership Program provides basic skills development in relationship building, cooperation, and building resiliency within our youth. We serve 8 to 17-year-old youth within the program, and it has been running for about 11 years and has been funded in part through County of Grande Prairie FCSS for the last 2. Sorry. So youth need practical skills to develop and support healthy relationships, and this is what the Youth Leadership Program is all about. Falls within the prevention aspect of the FCSS funding. Again, it is developing positive life skills and healthy relationships which benefit all aspects of their life. The purpose of the Youth Leadership Program is to take a proactive approach with children and youth with the long-term goal of reducing reliance on the healthcare system. Do this by interrupting the long-term negative effects of low self-esteem, thereby limiting future issues of drug and alcohol dependency and non-chemical mental health concerns. The focus is on helping the youth become more resilient and better able to deal with the stresses and challenges that may result in unhealthy behaviors and choices. Each of our youth leadership sessions is facilitated by a qualified, trained equine assisted learning facilitator and with a horse partner. Sometimes that is one horse with one youth, and other times there's group activities. It really depends on what that session's focus in the learning is at that time. We also have a solid and very fortunate partnership with Highland Psychological Services. So if we do identify a youth that we deem beyond our skill set of what we're providing in the program, we are able to refer directly to a mental health professional. So that is a significant benefit to the program. And we have launched Unbridled, which is a specific trauma program, which is equine assisted facilitated mental health. So that is with that mental health professional, so kind of a step beyond what the youth leadership program is, and more in the intervention realm as opposed to the prevention, but they're very complementary programs together. Last year we served out of, I believe it was 111 users of the program. 27 of them were county residents. So that was, we have been building that county demographic. It helps with the bus that we have access to. Many of the youth that need to access our program don't have those home and family supports for transportation. So that is another thing that, not through FCSS, but we do receive some funding for that transportation through seniors and transportation. So thank you again there.
That's still FCSS, just say it.
Oh, is it?
Oh, no, it's not. Okay, but it's still through the county, right?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, so I know that I do some pretty intense reporting and application process, so I don't want to take a lot of your time in things that you maybe already know. I would love to answer any specific questions that anybody might have on this program.
Some questions here already for you, Mr. Zimmerman.
I just have to ask, cheaper in 2024, 2025, how come?
Cheaper in 2024?
Less money of an ask. That's what mine says here.
Yes. So 2024, the 2025 would have the increase for cost of living increases with wages and whatnot.
No,
And
he's saying because in 2023 we gave you 9,500 and this year ask is 7,000 now.
Oh, because we have been very fortunate in some of the other areas on the budget and we don't want to ask for more than we require.
Good answer. Thank you.
Okay, keep, anybody else have questions? Not looking like it. You got an easy day from us today.
Yay.
That sounds good. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate all that you do out there. And I know we've taken our tour bus out there even the one time and visited with you guys. So
yes.
So thanks again for everything. And we will, just wait, one question.
Just thanks, Jennifer. I know we contributed to your capital campaign. Have you completed your capital campaign? I guess that was my other question. I should have asked before we said goodbye to you, but like this is for programming and operational support. But as far as your capital campaign, is everything finished in the BARD and in this area?
So there are always things that end up coming up. So last year we built our garage and our hay and shavings storage. And so those little bits and pieces will continue to arise, I presume, but we are a fully functional, fully built facility, yes.
And the other question, you mentioned shavings. Are you having a hard time getting a supplier for your shavings?
No, we're very fortunate. Weyerhaeuser provides those and trucks them in, and there's zero cost to us, so they're a fabulous partner.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You are
answers
so
my questions.
How about hay? With this year, it's a challenge for hay for everybody.
This year's been a nightmare for hay. We've actually had quite a few years now, but this was very challenging. So we are currently struggling to meet the deficit that having to purchase hay. We had two wonderful local people, Ken Drysdale and Grant Tabaskovich, that dedicated a whole field to donating to us. And so that was supposed to result in about 400 round bales, which is the vast majority of our annual. And out of those two fields, we got a total of 70 bales and were forced to purchase the remainder, which left us in a $48,000 deficit. Fortunately, our trucking partners all came on board, so that didn't add to it, but we did have to go as far as Slave Lake to access the hay that we needed. And now we're just juggling what needs to be juggled to make everything work.
Okay, yeah, no, I know what a challenge it is this year for feed for all kind of livestock producers and programming, so yeah,
yes, it has been.
Yeah, no, but other than that, I do not see any other questions. So again, thank you for your presentation, and we will be deliberating pretty shortly here, so we'll let you know.
Perfect. If I do have, I have 1 minute. Okay. So November 4th is our Dine and Dance coming up.
It's in our calendars already.
Just wanted to make sure you got a personal invite to go along with the digital one that I know got sent out a while ago. We'd love to see you there. And then I do see some faces on council that I haven't necessarily seen before or didn't make it out the last time when you guys came out. So it is a standing invitation. Anytime you'd like to come out and see the facility, see what it is exactly that we do, no matter the program, we would definitely welcome you.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. And you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
So next up is our deliberations. She's gone. Might as well keep it going through. So thoughts, questions? We've got our spreadsheet in front of us to go through the deliberations and what's everybody's opinions. Mrs. Beaupre.
Thank you. Actually, I just was looking maybe for some direction from administration. I mean, you've seen all these applications and you brought them in to us. You've vetted them all, and I'm hoping that you have some recommendations or areas that have flagged maybe concerns for yourselves.
I didn't go through and make recommendations specific. I mean, I recognize that there was, you know, if there'd only been one or two that asked for increases, it would have been like, what's going on there? But it, you know, overall there was, you know, the majority of them were asking for increases. So I think it's a sign of the times. We've held them fairly steady for the last few years. So I think it's just everybody's feeling the pinch now with the cost of everything going up, that they're starting to see those, starting to pass those requests back onto us again, right? So the, you know, the new one, the reimagining the family justice system, I've been a part of that initiative since it began pre-COVID, so 2020 anyway. And so certainly the focus on that is to teach, to do that whole change in mind shift around brain science and ACEs, the adverse childhood experiences, so we can build that capacity in community. I had some specific questions for Amy previous to this about, you know, just exactly what the funding was for, and as she indicated, it's, you know, a lot of it is training facilitators to do that training out in the community and to do that piece of it. I asked, you know, so it was like 5 trainers, and I said, well, how'd you come up with 5? Well, they just thought it would be a good number, and if you can do more, we can do more. And I thought, well, that wasn't my intent of the question. You know, would 3 be, you know, a starting point? Just in the breakdown of that budget, for sure. I think even if we kept to the facilitators at that, I think the Insight Vision, which is the kind of the database and it's the company that's sort of in the background doing stuff and guiding the process. So the software licensing, facilitation, and coaching, you know, for $10,000. Maybe if, you know, if you're interested in funding this, but not that whole amount, I think you could reduce it by the $10,000 and they could source that somewhere else. I did ask you, you know, if they had approached any of the, like the city's giving them 80,000. This will also encompass Greenview. You know, they mentioned Indigenous communities. I asked, have you looked for funding through that? And they hadn't. So you know, I think that may be an area where you could make some, a reduction there, but, and they could find that $10,000 somewhere else possibly. Thank you. Just another thing that we noticed on the Odyssey House, the impact one. We've got $25,000 here, and that's what it said in their application. But in their budget, it says 20,000. So I think we could go off of the 20,000 instead of 25 as their ask. Okay. Anything else there? And just and to be clear, I guess we've funded Odyssey House as you know, a public ed kind of program in the past. So the impact is more of a, it's similar, but it's bigger because it's part of a bigger organization or network across the province now. So the impact is bigger as a community collective on that. So just wanted to make sure you're aware of that difference there. I don't know, specific questions? But, pardon me?
And the 25 asked this year, that's, yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, that's, so, and I would, you know, say that ask should have been 20 based on what their budget is. And when they put in their budget, it balances with an ask of 20. So I wouldn't go by the 25. I would start as 20 as your starting point and go from there. Okay. Okay, Mr. Krennick.
Yeah, I was just curious, as we go through a bunch of these, they basically have the same direction in portions of what they do. When they go to look at other people to contribute or wherever, say even the government, is there not any strength in sort of combining them in the sense of more people together to get a bigger amount and then divide it equally or proportionately or however they decide? Because I'm seeing, you know, you see the same ask in a few of these groups, and they're doing almost identical things. That's what I was kind of wondering. Has it ever been considered to ask as a group?
So I think, they're doing kind of similar things, certainly because what we will fund is limited, right? So that education, the early intervention piece is what we will fund. But they each have their own little specialty, right? So that's where it comes in we're starting to go that way, right? With the impact, I think, there was a number of agencies that are doing public education on family violence and now that's where impact is coming together. So that it's not one agency coming and asking, we're working together as a collaborative on that. And Melody is a part of that collaborative here. I understand what you're saying. I also see where they are different. So, yeah.
Like I realize they're not the same, like completely, but in part they are. Like when we talk about, some of the things that they're doing, for example, you talk about the justice, reimagining family justice. Well, there's three asks that are almost identical within the three different groups, and I'm not too sure if there isn't a way to combine that effort to either become more financially structured for everyone, or find a way to just combine it so that it's a lesser value to approach, like some of the legal information that's in there that you probably need could be combined and get a really good education process for that part of it, right? Like I think for those that aren't understanding maybe what they need to learn, and then be able to present that as this is a big ask. This is important, and maybe you can do it together to get a bigger amount. That's just a thought.
Yeah. No. Definitely. I mean, we're talking system changes.
Yeah.
Mr. Marshall.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So with regards to the Catholic Family Services, so they increased by one staff member. Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers here that they sent back. It did change from 21-22 to this year. I'm just trying to find the email again, or where my mouse is. Kathleen. So it went from, because they said 793 students, 2,600 times from 716. So that 10,000 they're looking for is primarily for an increased staff, correct?
I'm sorry?
That 10,000 they're looking for the Catholic Family Services is for that increased liaison individual.
Yeah, because they have a new school, St. Riel. Louis Riel. Louis Riel.
Louis Riel.
So about St. Riel.
It's not quite there yet.
Yes, yeah. So, so I guess, it's just their capacity, so they needed another worker. So, 10,000 towards that new worker, yeah.
So, yeah, okay. And then Family Education Society, again, with that one, like you said, I guess my question for you is, you guys will see the potential impact of what these agencies are delivering out on the ground. So my question for yourselves is, are they delivering what they're trying to accomplish? Are they able to meet what they're trying to accomplish out there in the?
Are you talking the family justice one, or?
No, I'm talking the family.
The healthy families
actually
and
going
school
out,
liaison?
No, not the liaison. This is the Family Education Society.
Yeah. So the home visitation aspect of that. Are we seeing the impact of that? Is that what the question was?
Yeah. Are they able to achieve what they're trying to accomplish out in the community?
I believe so. I mean, when you've got somebody actually coming into your home who can sit with you, see what your reality is, and work with you to, what works for you and in your family to improve your communication and how do you manage behaviors. It's like a coach right in your home instead of going into somebody's office and talking about what the problem is, right?
Okay,
So
because they're going from 8,000 to 22,000.
It's basically a big increase there for sure.
I think you also said that they're looking at training 5 individuals to do
That's
this?
That's under the other part of that, the family justice one.
That's the family justice one. Okay, yeah, and that one I'm struggling a little bit with that one. just because, yeah, I don't know. That's all I have for now. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks. Mrs. Beaupre.
Thank you. Yeah, my question was going to be around the healthy family parent education. As a grandparent who's been recipient of some of the programming that they've done, it's closed the loopholes between, you know, being part of the PUF program and then being in school and Alberta Health Services. They've really picked up that kind of gray area or whatever. And I know if it affected my family, it's affected a whole lot of other people as well, right? And it's certainly been appreciative. I was just going to ask why such large increase. Is that because of the number of people that they're serving more?
I'm not 100% sure. Did you
Well,
guys glean
she
anything
did
of
comment
that?
about the travel, and we know that the travel cost, like the gas and stuff, has gone up significantly. And they did talk about doing a lot out of the outreach, like in Byzantin and Elmworth and Glass and Hythe, and they're doing a lot of out in those communities.
And that's something we've been pushing them to do, is to get outside the Sexsmith Beaver Lodge Wembley.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and having it in their own homes makes that child that much more comfortable, right? Versus in a clinical setting. So, I mean, if they're already struggling, it's.
Yeah. So there's two different programs there. So one is the Healthy Families one, where they actually come into the home, and the parent education are those sessions that they're doing in community. They could be like at the library or the playground or those kinds of things, but there are two aspects to that one.
Yep. Mr. Harris.
So thank you. One of the things to consider is that whatever these organizations are doing with their volunteers, they're doing it at a less cost than we could do it as a municipality.
Yep,
absolutely.
So it's all good work that they're doing. Some of them are doing better. The Palliative Care Society and PARDS have said that because they have donors to their programs that they've been able to reduce their ask to us. A large majority of the applicants are flat from last year. They're asking for the same amount. They're still all doing good works. The ones that we have to look at and the ones that I think we have to question are the ones that are asking for more money this year. And we have to figure out how we can justify that.
Yeah. Or significantly more money.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Krennic.
Yeah, and I agree with Mr. Harris on that, and touching on again, just quickly on the reimagining family justice there, it's a new ask, so 34,000. Are they not very similar to the John Howard Society in what their outcome is there from that standpoint?
No, so John, this is the collective of agencies, and Family Education Society is just the banker, if you will, or the kind of the backbone of it, but they're doing the work of this whole initiative.
Okay.
So, the 80,000 they got was to go towards Amy and some of the other work that she's doing. And then this ask is to train facilitators to go out to the community to do that training on brain science and the new ways, just so that we can build a whole capacity. We're going to ask, like she said, we're asking the legal system to say, stop here. What else have you done? Have you gone to your FCSS office and asked what's available for a parenting program? Have you gone to the Family Resource Network to find out what they can do to help you and your family through this difficult time, or help them to mediate your separation or your divorce? Because the judges shouldn't be making those decisions about who gets custody. They know the law, they don't know the families. So it should be held, those decisions should be made outside of the court, and that's what we would want to have happen. If we can train people out in the community in these agencies to mediate those situations and help them come to solutions, then when they go back to the court, all they're asking for is that divorce decree to be signed. Shouldn't need, or maybe a legal or a financial thing. But in terms of, no, you're a better parent than this parent, wow, who's the judge to say that? Yeah.
Okay.
And they admit that. They don't want to be in that.
Yeah. Just one more quick question like that. Yeah, thank you for that. I noticed that every time that we asked a question today about how many people are they serving within the county, we get the same answer. I don't know, approximately 22% the palliative care program is served to county residents, but I don't know that for certain because we can't find addressing. Is there any way that we can become more
get better clarification as where people are, because when we start talking about financial aid to people, when we look at percentages, that like what are people doing, and it seems to be a thing these days of how much do we contribute to each program, and who's contributing and where they're getting it from. It'd be interesting. I think it'd be some valuable information to know where people are being served from.
Yeah, and I 100% agree. And it's something we push them all the time. And I know when they say, well, that's, we can't tell by the address, then change your question.
Exactly. That's exactly what
What's your
this
residence?
Where do you live?
Yes.
Who do you pay your taxes to?
Yeah.
Some of them may not be paying taxes.
No, but at least
where do
that
you
we start
reside?
the question, right?
Yeah.
So it's changing the question to get the answer that we need.
And it might sound like an odd question in one sense, but it sure would be nice to know when you do ask the question, that there is an
Then you get
actual
an answer.
value, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We'll continue to fight that fight.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's improved significantly in the last 5 years. Like the amount that we would get 5 years ago over what we're getting now is significant difference. Mrs. Beaupre.
Yeah, I was going to say over the last 20 years, a lot different.
Yeah, but even 5
years
like
ago.
it's.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for the clarification on the reimagining family justice. I think that's really important to, because we hear over and over again about the court systems being
overwhelmed.
Yeah, overwhelmed with different things. And so to make sure that everybody is represented properly and the outcome is positive for both of the people that are involved or the families that are involved, I think that makes a ton of difference, because unfortunately these days it depends on who's your best lawyer.
Yep.
Right, and it doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be a positive outcome for the child or a divorce or whatever, so. Yeah. Thanks.
Mr. Zimmerman.
To the same point, a lot of the problems that have happened and that I've heard and seen in divorces is it gets purposely drug out, right? So it doesn't go to court, and that causes so much problems with money, the whole ball of wax. I'm thinking that would just cause more red tape and maybe even extend that even longer. I think what they need to do is get to court, get it done.
I think it could be both situations, right? Where this could happen very quickly. If we can find an agreement that everybody's happy with outside of this, we could push this thing through quickly.
Right.
And that's in the meetings that we have with the network or whatever we want to collaborative. We've got lawyers on there as well who agree with this. This needs to change. So,
okay,
Okay, let's maybe start at the top, just so we can get some answers here. Beaver Lodge hidden potential. What do you guys think?
5. I'm good with your ask.
You're good with their ask? Anybody against? At least this is primarily county residents. And one part-time person and 200 volunteer hours. So it's run primarily by volunteers. Catholic Family Services. Mr. Marshall.
So with this one, we've increased by one school, but it'd be kind of nice to know how many county residents. I know there's county people going to all these different schools, but be interesting to know how many county, if we're increasing school, what percentage of the county going to that? So is it 5 or is it 10,000 really that justifies the ask? I don't know. Like I said, I'm struggling a bit with this one. How much? I think we should increase it. I agree. It's just how much.
Okay, Mrs. Beaupre.
So if you go further down in that email, it does talk about stats at the bottom, and it says city or county, and it says city is 553, county 173, town of Beaver Lodge 31, Sexsmith 18, Wembley 6. Right, so they've actually added 2 schools because St. Pat's has not been operational. Today was the blessing for the new school. So they would be adding, and I know any of the children that would be on the east side of Highway 40, that would be their school that they would be going to if they were going to the Catholic school. They had moved kids around from different schools. So this individual would be servicing 2 additional schools. Not only Louis Riel, but this one as well. And if we think of the costs associated with what our school liaisons are, and there's lots of kids that are not from that are in the schools that are not from the county either, and those we're servicing in Beaver Lodge and Hythe or pardon me, not Hythe, Beaver Lodge and Sexsmith and Wembley as well.
Grand Prairie.
And Grand Prairie, that's right. So I would support the request.
I don't disagree with, I would disagree with the statement that says that they're servicing 2 new schools, because I don't think they did decrease the school liaison when they took St. Pat's out.
That's true.
So they kept the same number of school liaison individuals. Now they've added 1 school, they're adding another liaison. So like I said, I agree with it should increase, like I just don't know how much.
Okay, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, I agree. I think that don't have the numbers in what our school liaison program costs, but I think we're getting good value from this at 35,000. So thank you.
So Mr. Harris has recommended 35 across the table. Any? I'm just, okay, next up is Healthy Families Parent Education. $21,000 or not? Mr. Marshall.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So with what administration shared with us, and that they're actually getting further out, which is what we asked them to do, and they're seeing that it's an effective program that when they're in the homes and stuff, I would recommend the 21,860.
Okay. All good across the table? Mr. Harris?
Just looking at their numbers, I don't know if they need lots, but they don't have many volunteer hours. And there's lots of, I don't know what they're providing in family education that's not available to the families now. So what are they doing different? I could ask this question to administration, maybe. What are they doing differently in this that's not being provided to the families now?
So this is their family education. Help me out, guys, if I'm getting this wrong. But that's, so they'd be going out and doing programs like I said, we've had them come out to Hythe and do a program out there. So
what information did, like we used to have public health nurses, they don't do that anymore?
No, I don't think so.
That's another download.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is kind of replacing some of that?
Yeah, so it's like, I know they've done things on like picky eaters, right? How do you get your children to eat better? But also behavior things, right? Some speech stuff as well, yeah. Yeah, so.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's just even playing together with other kids, right? And the socialization thing, so.
Social interaction.
Okay, so Mr. Marshall recommended the 21, so we're good with that, or 21,860. Oh, do you want to? There you go.
Oh, sorry. No, we were just consulting about what other programs they do. So yeah, they do parent education. So it would be all the things that have already been mentioned. And then parent-child groups as well. So you're kind of learning that peer parenting stuff, because I don't know about you guys, but you always kind of compare kids. Like, what's your kid doing? Oh, my kid's in college. My kid's not in college. You know, we could do that all along with our children. And so we teach kind of like what's best practice. And I do find that, I hate to say it, the nurses and stuff that used to kind of do that stuff don't have the capacity anymore. So especially in our rural areas, I've seen a real increase in the amount that they're going out into communities. And I know she shared that during the presentation, like not just Beaver Lodge Sexsmith, because that was kind of easy pickings for them because it was a bigger draw. And now they're really focusing on that. And then of course, they don't use volunteers in both those programs, typically because they're the home visitation program, they have to be trained in it quite extensively, and you're going into other people's homes. So there is some content and a curriculum that you follow with that stuff. So
there'd be potentially some bonding too.
Yeah, and yeah, there's sometimes some risky homes that you might go into as well. So you want to be trained for that stuff. And they are starting to use volunteers in some of their social enterprise. They're doing the drive-in theater now, so they're just picking that up, and they're running the Coats for Kids campaign as well. So they're using volunteers in different capacities, like their volunteer income tax program. So
the advantage of the home visitation is the fact that you're seeing the child in their own environment, and you can maybe pick up on issues that maybe could be rectified in that environment. Mr. Zimmerman.
Is that not what Center for Young Parents does?
No, that's That used to be the pregnant parenting or pregnant teen parenting or pregnant teens. I forget what it was called.
Pregnant parenting.
That's it.
Do they do some home visitation as well?
That's infant.
Oh, okay. It says young parents.
Yeah, the Center for Young Parents does do a home visitation program as well, but their home visitation program is, Family Education Society has a couple spokes. One of their spokes is the Center for Young Parents, and they do a home visitation program, again, specific to those young parents. So there is an age cutoff, and the Family Education Society home visitation program would do it for the older parents. So similar, parallel programs, different age pockets.
So Mr. Marshall had said 21,860. Are we good across the table or no? Well, I'm going to assume yes, unless you say no. Next up is reimagining family justice. I do know Kathleen suggested the 24 rather than the 34. Or any other questions? And would that still be the 22 then for 2025? Because we are looking at 2025 as well.
So I think if you're, because the 10,000 is for both years is added on. So if you went to 24 and then 12, right? Am I doing my math right?
That's right. So 24 down to 12, yeah. Mr. Krennic.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's better. I still struggle with it's so similar to what we have in another part, but overlap, but that's what the choice is. It is, I guess.
Okay, so yes to 24 and 12 or no? Okay, next up is seniors outreach. They're looking at 30. Mr. Marshall.
So thanks, Madam Chair. So just a question. They said they do seniors income tax, and I know our FCSS groups do that as well. So help me with this. It seems to be an overlap.
You're on, Corey.
Thank you. So Seniors Outreach will do income tax for seniors. Our community-based programs will fill the gaps only for those who don't go into Seniors Outreach. So if we had a senior come into our office, we would do it for them. We don't go into Lakeview, Seniors Outreach does. In Hythe, Seniors Outreach also goes to the Pioneer Homes and I believe Pearson Place. Our programmers tend to fill the gaps of adults. That's kind of a lot of what we do is based on the adults with low income or single families because there's no provider. However, that being said is, for best customer service, we wouldn't turn a senior away, but we would let them know about Seniors Outreach if they're not familiar with it and let them decide where they would like to go.
Because Seniors Outreach has the information for all the extra programs.
So with this is a significant, we're increasing by 50% on this. This is a significant increase. Is it justified?
Let's take a look around this room and how many of us in the next little while.
I'll be there before you. I'll be there before you, kiddo.
That's what I'm saying. If you look at this specific room.
Not me.
And a lot of what Sherry spoke on when she was here is our aging population, and it is a factor. Population is getting older, and the county itself, within the next few years, we are looking at doubling the amount of seniors we have within the county.
Yeah, within the next 5 years,
yeah.
Not next year.
Before you go to Mr. Harris.
Looking at this budget line, that's all.
Being the person that filled in my husband's information as a senior, even doing a CPP, if these ladies can do it for somebody that struggles doing it, good on them, because it is not an easy process to figure out a lot of that stuff. And then if you look at the suite of services that they provide over and above that, if you happen to be a senior with no family support and someone passes away, the death benefit and all of that other stuff, they provide a huge service in our community.
Yeah, and there's a number of seniors out there that are well-to-do. I had my accountant help me with a lot of this stuff, so I mean, I can pay for that. There's a lot of people who are retiring who have significant capital dollars who can look after themselves. They don't need to be reaching out to a volunteer organization and stressing them out to get a freebie when they can more than afford to do that.
That's why they have that much money.
There's people that can do it themselves, or there's people that you can hire somebody to do it. But there's a significant population that doesn't percentage of the population that has no idea where to go.
Yeah.
Even if this organization would say to them, based on your current financial situation, we suggest you go see your lawyer, go see your accountant or whatever, right? It's just that initial contact about where you should go to do some of this stuff. I'm not suggesting that they should do it for
Yeah.
if I can afford to do it, that they should do it for me.
And like I agree, things have costs have gone up. We've come out of COVID. We've tried to hold the line on things. Again, it's just how much. This is a
they've asked for
significant
30.
ask, and I know it's going to increase over the next 5 years, not next year. So I would go 20 or 15, or which one are we at? 20 to.
We're at the 20.
I'd go 25.
Okay, Mr.
not the
Harris.
30.
Thanks. So just in case there's no elder abuse here, I just want to point out that I'm in favor of the 25 as well. So they didn't say they're going to do anything differently. They just said that their numbers of people would increase.
Demand's going up.
And there is scads of information put out by both the federal and provincial government for elders. So the people that fall through the gaps it's not everyone that falls through the gaps. As Mr. Marshall pointed out, a lot of people are capable of taking care of themselves. So I would support the 25. Thank you.
Mr. Zimmerman.
I think this is one of the more important things of all these. I think we should go to 30, but that's my opinion.
Okay, so we'll go across the table. You say 30, 25. You said 25.
25.
You said 25, Leon.
I'd go okay with 25 if we had the 30 on 25.
So 25 and 30.
Because as I said, the population will be getting older.
You guys good with that? You could revisit.
I can knock them off before 20.
Okay, she's got that up there. So next up is the children's program, the grief. They're asking for double for theirs as well. They used to have the camp, which they weren't able to do, but they do a lot of they do a day camp rather than an overnight camp now.
They're hoping to do overnight again.
Just a second.
I say 40% from what I wrote down here, 40% of their clientele is county, is what they said. Yeah, 40%.
Okay, Leanne had her light on first, so we'll go.
Sure. They're asking for 100% increase. So I think that, you know, they certainly have and will see in the next year as they become more organized as again coming out of COVID, whether they'll see, I'm assuming they'll see an increase in or an uptake in the individuals that'll be accessing camp, but I'm not sure if there's going to be 100% increase either. So I'd be comfortable recommending 15,000.
For both years?
Yep.
That's
Okay.
what I had written down.
Okay, across the table, you guys good with that? Okay. So 15 across for the 2 years. Next up is the Emergence Sunrise House for their youth worker position. They're had 20 and they're looking for 30. And they're asking because of the increase in the size of the building. So they'll have more clients coming in. Mr. Krennic.
So my question is going to be the same as I asked earlier is, okay, there's an increase coming, asking right now for their future size of their development. Is there another ask coming for more people when they move in?
And they didn't have a significant county usage.
No. So are they going to ask for 2, 3, 4, 5 more? And how much do we support already? And it's that I think.
So what's your recommendation?
20.
Yeah, I think until such time as they actually expand, I think staying at the same 20 value is probably a realistic number. I know they want more, but I'm not sure until they expand and actually have the community come in, which they will. We'll maybe increase it at that time.
December.
Maybe is what she said. She said possibly January, right? Or
no, it was supposed to be November. They're saying December.
December?
Yeah.
Okay.
My comment on this is the fact that they do have a significant benefactor that does these concerts and stuff with them. And now that they have the building built, they may have more opportunities for.
Is a significant benefactor going to be?
Still, we don't know. For their concert that they do.
I don't know what their plans is. Yeah.
So recommendation? 20. 20, okay. Good across the table? Pardon me?
Keep it at
20.
20.
But that, we're looking across the table for nods, thumbs up.
Hands up, whatever.
2025.
Mrs. Beaupre.
Sorry, I'd like to see it increase to in 24 to 25 in 2025.
So 20 and 25?
Yeah.
Are you guys good with that?
So I'm sorry, 20 and then 25?
And 25.
Okay.
Okay, next up is the palliative care.
They went down.
They went down, so I think we should stick with what they. We're good with their asks? Mr. Harris.
So they have the most volunteer hours of any organization. Their ask is dropped down, but so do we still fully fund them, or do we question that maybe they're still asking for too much? Do they need it? You know, I don't have a problem funding them, but do they need it?
I don't know, anybody that has gone through that process it's pretty important.
Oh, I know it is.
Yeah, Mrs. Beaupre.
And I don't have a problem with funding them for fully what they ask.
Okay. Mrs. Beaupre.
It's just.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think they've spent, the board of directors this last year has spent because they've had a change in the executive director position. The board of directors have had an opportunity to go through their organization and really streamline what they need and what they don't need. And this is a reflection of that. And I think that, you know, I'd like to see them continue to be funded. And I'm encouraged by the fact that they're asking for substantially less than what they initially, when we funded them last year.
Okay. Mr. Marshall.
Yeah, and the reason I asked the question I did was because we didn't really use them. I mean, we had the home care, we had the palliative teams through AHS, which were phenomenal for our situation. So, and what she said is if they can't fill the gap, then they come in and assist on those. Or if, I know I had another resident up there, his wife passed away a month before Bev did. So they ended up a week and a half in palliative care. So with what they're asking, because they went down, if they're finding efficiencies and new direction and stuff and still able to provide that service, then I'm not supportive of it.
So we're looking at full funding for what they've asked. Okay. Next one is John Howard, and they as well went down a tiny bit, but it's still, they're obviously finding efficiencies.
They found more volunteer, more contributors.
Yep. Ask, okay. Next up is impact for Odyssey House, and that was one that is a discrepancy in the
Budget.
The budget there. Yeah, so 20 is what they're good for that. Okay, both years. Okay, next up is Center for Young Parents. So that's the old pregnant teen program. They're looking for 12, which is stagnant, so we're good. Next up is Rising Above Ministry, and they're also asking for stable funding.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, next up then is there's the 3 different ones for suicide prevention, Resource Center for Suicide Prevention, Core Connect. Mr. Marshall?
Yeah, for all of them, they're like it's minimal increases, but the program they provide is, yeah, I think it's excellent. So I'm supportive of all 3 asks. It's minimal increase.
Okay.
So just a minute, we just need to clarify something.
I just noticed I marked that earlier.
Your mic's on, Corey.
What are you looking at?
Well, it keeps.
I do know the fact like that Tough Enough program has been, it's been sent across the world basically, and it's been developed here. And so the fact that they can develop programs like that that are reimagined internationally is impressive.
I thought for 2025 it's at 10.
Well, they're just looking at something there. Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, I'm just supportive of all three of their asks. I think of all these, this is the one that has had an impact on my life. And I think a pretty small price for the value added. So okay. I would support each of their asks.
Those numbers are correct. Yeah.
We're all correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're all good for the asks. Okay, then next up is PARDS.
They went down.
They went down. Okay. We're good, Charlie? So we took it down from, okay, but from the ask to.
Oh, yeah.
285,110.
We increased by 50,000, 52,000.
And what was the total for? Okay.
Just over $1,000.
But that's also including a $34,000 new project.
Yeah, that is including a new program in there for 24,000.
The increase is reasonable.
Just as a note, we did not receive an application from PACE this year.
You didn't, sorry, what was that?
We did not receive an application from PACE this year.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Change in management?
No.
Okay. So what's our total there, sorry? And then we would look for a motion.
So would they still come back?
They may come back next year.
Next year now?
Yeah.
Okay. So is this all the groups or is this half of them this year?
So we do a two-year intake process, but next year we could accept new applications.
But none of these will be back.
No, but because you're only making a recommendation for 2025, we don't finalize 2025 until next year.
Yeah, but they're still not going to come present again.
No, they're not going to come and present.
We'll just have the.
Yeah. Unless there's something you want to hear from somebody.
Okay.
We have a bunch that we approved for 2024 last year that aren't on the list here. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, just PACE is the only one who had been on last year.
That will now not.
That was tentatively
approved. First year
approved.
we've done the 2-year thing?
No, we've always done 2-year. We always ask them to put in for 2 years so that they come and present every 2 years.
Because last year was just, we did a quick review and that was it.
Yeah, because there was a lot of new board members, so we wanted everybody in.
So these are your totals?
I just want to double check the math on them. Anyone else?
I did.
We should have actually, the third one for 2025 should be higher, shouldn't it?
No.
No, because of.
Some of them went down in their ask.
And because of the reimagining family justice, we went for, it's 12,000 less.
Yeah, that's
than
12,000 down, yeah.
This doesn't sound right.
285,110, yeah. And then
but that's not what we gave them. And volunteer palliative care went down. It was less than 2 for the second year.
But some of them went up, like aging or seniors outreach went up $5,000.
Yeah, that was 5,000 more.
285,60.
So we'll just kind of go down them. Can you go to the top of the list and we'll kind of go down as we're looking. So we said 5 and 5, and then 35 and 35, 21,860 and 21,860, 24 and 12, 25 and 30, 15 and 15, 20 and 25, 27,550 and 25, 13,7 for both, 20,000 for both, 12,000 for both, 30,000 for both, 12,000 for both, 8,000 for both, 9,000 for both, and 7,000 for both. Very good. Would somebody, we're looking for at this point a motion for Mr. Marshall.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Marshall moves that the Family and Community Support Services FCSS Board defer the FCSS grant request recommendations for the total of $285,110 for 2024 and a total of $280,560 for 2025 budget considerations as listed below to the 2024 interim budget deliberations. Any questions? I will call a question. That was Mr. Marshall. And that is carried. Thank you very much, everybody. So, because we only have the 7 here. So. Thank you. So that's a big part of our agenda for today. So next up is 5.2. I just got to pull it up, which is the AGM. Kathleen.
Yes, so our annual conference in AGM is coming up on the November 22nd to 24th, and the AGM will be on the Friday, the 24th. I had hoped that maybe we would have the annual report packages early, but they are scheduled to come out tomorrow. So we're a day early. I guess it's better than being a day late. As far as I know, there is only one resolution that will be deliberated. And that is coming from the association itself, and I don't know exactly what it is, but it's about how the appointment of the president or the advertising or notification that somebody wants to run for president of the association. I think they're looking at something so that people aren't just finding out the day of and having to make a decision on who they're going to vote for. You know,
so a pre-nomination.
So a pre-nomination process, and so you have opportunity to, do some campaigning or whatever pre-conference. So I think that's what it is. That's kind of the sense I got from my conversation with somebody. So yeah.
Okay. But we also do need 2 voting delegates for it. I know it says for information only, but we do require 2 voting delegates for this as well. So we need a motion to appoint those 2 delegates. Mr. Marshall.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll move Board Member Rosewold and Board Member Peterson are our 2 delegates, voting delegates.
Okay. If not, I'll call the question.
That's the 2023 FCSS.
And if you're not there, one of us is there for some reason, we need to pass on that voting membership to another member.
And I will bring some print copies of the annual report to the conference. So it's always nice to have some of those to look through.
Mr. Marshall.
Sorry, I was just reading an email. Oh, I got a vote.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for coming back to us, Bob.
That's carried. Next up is 5.3, which is the board meeting days. Personally, I would like to request that we change January 30th to the 31st, as I do have a previous RMA engagement on the 30th. Kathleen, go ahead.
Is that a Thursday?
It's a Tuesday.
So I did connect with Mary from Ledge Services, and she said that we have now found out that Farm Tech is actually the 30th and the 31st.
Oh, so it's going to be difficult.
So we will be finding a different date for January.
Okay, so we'll just leave it open then?
Yeah. She said at this point, if you want, we could put it as the 31st, and then we will bring that in for a change.
Okay, are you guys good with that? All the farmers? Anybody off the Ag Service Board that chooses to go?
As worthwhile to going this last couple of years.
Last year.
Well, Steve went last year, didn't you go?
So did Mr. Krennic.
Yeah.
Mr.
Anyway, I
Krennic?
wasn't sure whether it was going to be recommended as an or as a named conference in our, under the stuff. That was my question.
Depending on the situation, who you are and what you to get out of any conference, they can all be poor.
Yep. That's true.
This one, it did have its negative aspects to it. It wasn't as good as normal. It was in a different venue, and this year it's moved to Calgary. I suspect it'll be a much better conference after the complaints that were registered against certain things. So that would be my guess.
Okay, so I would look for a motion to approve the date, but with the one change, and that one will also be tentatively changed according to a recommendation to come back at our organizational meeting.
So moved.
Okay, so Mr. Krennic moves that the Family and Community Support Services Advisory Board meets quarterly. The proposed dates are for 2024 are January 31st at 1 p.m., April 23rd at 1 p.m., July 16th at 1 p.m., and October 22nd at 10 a.m. for our grant review. It's in as list. The rest are as listed. Yeah. This is just putting them in. The rest is presented. Okay, good enough. So the motion reads that the FCSS Advisory Board approved the FCSS Advisory Board meeting dates for 2024, January 31st, 2024 at 1 p.m. and the rest as presented. All good? I call a question. Don't worry, Steve, I'm trying to get you out of here quick. Yeah, it could be changed depending at our organizational date. And that is carried. Yeah, I know, but next up is 5.4, Kathleen.
Just wanted to bring you up to date on some of the things that have been going on. We didn't do full program reports this time, just in the interest of time, but just so Provincial Directors Network annually, all the directors, FCSS directors from across the province meet once a year with us as a professional development focus. And this next year, we will be hosting it here in Grand Prairie. Our Northwest region will be organizing that. So we have the dates of May 1st to 3rd, and we'll be holding that at the Delta at this time. So we're just still finalizing or coming up with our speakers, and I had a great speaker lined up, but it's going to cost me $8,000. So no, can't do that. So we're looking for some good. We like to put a lot of local focus on it too from the region, things that the region is doing that is innovative, and so that'll help keep our costs down for that. But exciting that we're hosting our spring regional meeting. I know we just had our spring 23 meeting in September, but we will, the next one in 24 in the spring will be held in District of Opportunity, which will be a first. We've never gone there before, so it'll be interesting. And as soon as hotels are announced, we're going to book quick.
I'd book it sooner.
Because there's only one place to book, isn't there?
There's two. There's two. Leanne, you had a question?
Just a question. I know there was several conflicting events happening during the spring regional meeting. Was it well attended?
For the September one?
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, September, yes.
No, I myself could not be there because we had the fires here. So yeah.
I attended it, and there was, so did Mr. Peterson, there was probably 30 people. about 30 people, so it was not as well attended as normal. And there was very few, like normally that one gets a lot of board members from across the region, and there was very few board members from across the region.
It's unfortunate. Was it just because of the timing, or?
I think it was just the change of date, and yeah, there was just so much going on at that point. Because there was also, that day was Reading University golf tournament. There was the Greenview clay shoot. There was like a number of things going on.
And many of our communities were still hosting evacuees.
That too, yeah.
So, and which is typically an FCSS function.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
we
absolutely.
couldn't get there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, continue on, sorry.
Okay, and the next thing that I have on there is the Child and Youth Mental Health Symposium. I've talked about this a few times over the years. We've got this project that we've been working on with the University of Calgary. It's a research project. And Melody has been a key person there in this project. And so there will be hosting as kind of a wrap up to the project, a mental health symposium for children and youth here in Grand Prairie. And that'll be November 17th. That's a full day, I believe. Anything else, Mel, to add to that?
Nope, speakers are just being announced and the event is out on Eventbrite if people are interested.
And it's free, right?
Yeah,
Yes, no charge, right?
Will this be set into our organizational calendar?
Good question. Don't believe so.
Because, or would it be advisable for something when it's being hosted? So I would like to maybe see a motion. Mrs. Beaupre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we've had this issue before where we're the host community for something, and then unfortunately the board has been scattered in different places because it didn't go in the calendar early enough. So having said that, I'll make a motion that this board directs administration to provide the input for the Child and Youth Mental Health Symposium, November 17th, to put into the organizational schedule for what day is that? We're the 30th, Monday?
So just a note to it, I got the date wrong in here. It is 2023, not 2024, sorry.
Oh, that's here.
Oh, that's
So
here.
it's right away. So the organizational meeting will be too late.
Okay, well then refer it to.
I'll just get Shannon.
Yeah,
add
okay.
I just looked at that and went, oh no.
It's not a year out, it's you're right
it's
away.
like
Okay, sorry, I'll rescind my motion then.
Okay, thank you. But you will get it sent out to us because there's a lot going on at that point too.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, keep going, sorry.
Okay, and then we had the Reconnect 2023, which was a joint project with Parks and Recreation, ourselves, and the Volunteers Services Bureau.
Grand Prairie Association of Regional Volunteer Association, or DB Ravo.
Yeah, so that was held on October 14th, so not this past Saturday, but the Saturday before. A couple of you were there to attend, and it was a good turnout. I think we had 55 in attendance, and so.
Yeah, congratulations on that. It was very well put on, and I think all the people that were there got a lot of information out of it. So well done, and I look forward to seeing it next year again.
Yep. So I know they just did a kind of a brief debrief last week and looked at the evaluations quickly, and the feedback is positive. I think there's going to be some tweaking we do in how we present it, but definitely there's a need for that type of information for our volunteer organizations. Opioids don't discriminate. This is I'm working with the City of Grand Prairie and Alberta Health to bring this exhibit into Grand Prairie. This is the same exhibit that we did in Beaver Lodge. The Somebody's Someone, we called it. They're calling it Opioids Don't Discriminate, and that'll be at the Teresa Sargent Hall during the National Addictions Awareness Week, November 19th to 25th. Of course, that is our FCSS conference as well. So.
Oh, is that this year or next year? Because it has 2024 in there as well.
God, I must have been in next year mode when I was writing this. See, I'm retiring, so I'm putting everything to next year. So yes, that is for 23. So I know there is a request going to be coming to council for a proclamation that day, and an invite for council to attend the launch or any of the other days that the exhibit is on. But that was always our original goal, was that if we could host it in Beaver Lodge and then have it on the other side of the county to draw people from here. When we did it in Beaver Lodge, we had an outpouring of support from industry as well in terms of finance support. So we held on to that money and are able to use it here to bring this exhibit. So that was a good use of the money.
For those new council members or board members, it was very impactful. It was quite an interesting thing to walk through and see the stories. It was called Somebody Someone, and everybody knows somebody.
And then Family Violence Prevention Month, of course, is in November, and some activities coming out. So we'll be getting you information on those so that you can get those in your calendar. The first, of course, is, as Tricia said, is the October 30th Breakfast with the Guys. So, and it should say guys and gals. The focus is guys, but women are certainly welcome to attend that as well. I know Melody's going to be there. I'm going to be there. So, yeah. And speaker there is Dr. Jeff St. John, talking about family violence issues, how engaging men and boys in the promotions and the talks. And then lastly, our integrated coordinated access program that we have with the city, where we have been working with health seekers to have that database for directory of resources that are available for people to look at. But also the part of that is our navigators, where we have our staff and other agency staff who are working together to help people get to the right resource at the right time. So we use a Teams-based platform, and you can, if I have a question, I don't know where to send somebody or what a resource is available, I can put this out into the Teams platform, looking for this, anybody got information on this, they can reply back in there so we can get all of our smarts together and help people as quickly as we can. So just one of the promotions of that. Mel is our lead on that project as well, the navigators. So anything else? Or
the community navigators come together every quarter or so to identify trends and gaps in services, and then also look at best practices on navigating folks. So last time, for example, car seats, accessibility to car seats was something that was identified. So we had 3 agencies that kind of worked together to actually secure some car seats for individuals who couldn't afford them. Good. So kind of a nice gap, because that's been around for years, that issue. So
yeah. Mrs. Beaupre.
Oh, thank you. You know, I think Mr. Krenick had mentioned, you know, just the coordination of efforts, and this navigator is actually a good step in the right direction. We've been asking the agencies to do it, but maybe it's our turn to take the opportunity to become that navigator. Might not change the funding, but at least it provides, like say, kind of a one-stop shop for resources and information to be able to distribute out. So thank you.
Does this include the towns as well, like Beaver Lodge, Wembley? Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah. And we've just been asked recently to do a webinar.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we've been asked to do a webinar about this project. So Melody and Deanna from the city will be working on that.
Well done.
That was it. Just a quick update on things that are happening. If you've got any questions for us or wonder where things are at.
I think I heard somebody mention that she was retiring.
Yes, I am.
Are you? Yes. Have you told everybody here, or that
Not
was a slip of the tongue?
Yeah, no, I did submit my letter for May 27th will be my last day.
Yeah. Congratulations on long service.
Yes,
job well done.
How many years is that?
I'm in my 35th year.
Well,
yes.
Congratulations. Yes. That's absolutely impressive. And you've given your whole world to this organization and role, and it is very much appreciated.
It's been, yeah, I mean, I've enjoyed every minute of it. So, well, not every minute. I shouldn't say that. Yeah, most of the minutes. Yeah. Just one more thing that I should mention. It's not in here, but because we talk about the grants for budget, but I haven't mentioned anything else. So just 2 things that we are asking this year in the budget, just to give you a heads up on it. As you know, our home support program is just bursting at the seams, really. And it is just a growth program that the demand for it keeps growing and growing. Last year, you approved us to increase our FT for our home support workers so we could keep current with the demand. We're going to be coming back and asking for more because we're seeing, I think at the end of June, we were still at another 28% increase, or end of August. So it's just growing and growing and growing. Last year we were, I think, 33%. So we're on track to be the same or higher again this year. So we're going to need to increase that capacity. And the other part then of that is when you have 18 or 20 staff working under one person, this is too much for our coordinator to manage on her own. So we're looking at how we can help that. And we're looking at a program assistant for the home care or for the home support so that takes some of that off of her table and free her up to do some more of the things she should be doing.
Question, Kathleen and Corey. So with the home support program, an increase in FTE also means an increase in revenue, right?
Yes.
So it's not revenue or cost neutral, but there is a revenue component, right, to it.
I think we said increased 2 FTE last year. We predicted about a $15,000 increase in revenue. So, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like say it's not cost recovery, but it's a little. It's certainly not one that's not receiving any revenue back. Okay. Thank you.
But there again, all of us may need it at some point too. Mr. Harris.
So, I mean, we do charge for home care, so we charge very minimal amount, and I'm just wondering if the amount we charge is consumed by the administrative cost of charging that amount. In some cases, if you understand what I'm saying.
Good question, yeah. And I know Dale's much better at breaking down the costs than I am, but.
So there's two things to look at. One is, should we be looking at increasing our costs?
Yeah.
You know, and what is the value that we provide? And if we are providing great value, then maybe people would appreciate paying a little more.
Yeah. And we have, you know, it's on a sliding scale according to income, so that those who can't afford it are paying our lowest.
Yes, I understand that.
But maybe, and we did do an increase last year to the scale, but I know we looked at it again this year, but we said, well, we just increased last year. So, you know, next year for sure, we would consider that again, unless directed otherwise. By
yeah, so is it under our, what do we call it, our schedule of fees?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else there?
That's it. Just wanted to give you a heads up on that so you weren't surprised when you saw it and went, well, they didn't say anything to me. So, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So we'll accept this for information. And next up, any information items besides what you've already informed us of? No. Program reports, not this time. There's no closed session this time. So next we'll do a real quick roundtable. Mr. Zimmerman, anything to report? Are you going to say anything?
I still think we should give her a hand for 35 years.
I agree.
I agree.
And you will be missed by, and not just by our own organization, you will be missed across the province. Because I know how much of a mentor you have been for the whole province. So know that everybody will be very, very sad to see you go.
Consult. She'll be a consultant.
Mr. Krennick, anything?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Mr. Marshall? Nope. Mr. Peterson?
Good.
Mr. Harris? Nope. Leanne? Nope. Melissa? Anything else? No. Corey? Nope. Okay. I'm just going to make a couple of comments. Where have we done anything on the handy bus study? Is that coming back to us at all? You're on.
So we've been working with the consultant, so we're in the process of that. There'll be some engagement coming out in the next month or so that will extend into January for community engagement and with our stakeholders. This fall is going to focus on one-on-one conversations with other providers and direct stakeholders, and then we'll do more of the community open houses after Christmas. And then the intent is to have the report brought back to, there's an intermunicipal meeting in April, I believe, hosted in Sexsmith, and we will bring a report there with the recommendations, and then for all the councils to hear at the same time.
Okay, sounds good. I just was curious as to where we're sitting at that. I also wanted to let our board and you guys know that I am actually sitting on the provincial FCSS steering committee I was on the accountability framework as the co-chair when I was in the FCSS AA role. But because of that role, RMA has actually appointed me to that steering committee so that there's some consistency. So on that whole committee, there's myself and Tara Gilchrist from Canmore are the only two still there from the previous committee. So we still have a voice at the table for that provincial level. So that's all I just wanted to report. Minister Nixon. Just the other Minister Nixon. Yeah. So if there's nothing else, we will adjourn. So thank you everybody for the day.
Thank you.